What's that breeze? Did somebody leave a window open? Did we have too... Wait, he really wants me to read this? Whatever. Did we have too many beans for lunch? No, that's a thunderhead blowing in.
We've got all the best jokes. All the best jokes as long as they're about farts. Oh, I need to adjust my bar a bit. There we go. That is profane, I will have you know. Oh, lordy lord, what's everybody up to? How are we doing? Let me pull up Pretzel so we can get some music going. Kablam! Just like that. I push the button and it happens, assuming that I have my desktop audio turned on. Nope, okay, now we do. Now there's music. Now it's a thing. I saw that. Vergatarung, did you just re-up your subscription? Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Greg the Salt Miner in here today. Chugga chugga chugga. Let's scroll up. Sentient Pickle, Oh Coral, Puck, Duncher, Wolfenspawn, Morkel, Oh Coral, Commissar, Iguana, Vergatarung, and Greg the Salt Miner again. My god. Lord Hethrir. Torturing me with his food again, devouring an 11-ounce sirloin with a loaded baked potato, clogging up his arteries and moving himself one step closer to an early grave. I will laugh, sir. I will laugh. I won't laugh. I'll cry. Also, I enjoy eating steak quite a bit, too. What, did I just put the music on and it went away immediately? What the fuck are you doing? What are you trying to do to me? Go to the next one. There you go. You have to actually play the song. Okay, here we go. Anakin did nothing wrong. What's up, Flavolicious? Anakin did, many things wrong, as a matter of fact. From many different perspectives, and according to many different value systems. There's actually very little that Anakin did right, I would argue. Not that I blame him for that, of course. What's up, guy? How you doing? Haven't seen you in a bit. Oh, Coral's asking my thoughts, but I'm not sure what he's asking my thoughts about. Did you say something before? Let's see. What up? Okay, that doesn't help me. I don't know. There's a whole conversation that happened in the 5 minutes that I was finishing my business. It's the Thunderman. Sounded tad under the weather. Do I really? Do I sound bad? Do I sound terrible? Am I sniffling a lot? There has been a little bit of actual weather lately. We got some winter weather last night, some snow blowing in late at night. That was a fun time. Make sure my sound is all good. So today, we are going to be... Okay, Obi-Wan, yeah, it's hard to really justify Obi-Wan's actions, particularly once you watch Episode 3 again, and he's standing there above a legless, one mechanical-armed Anakin Skywalker desperately trying to claw his way out of an encroaching lava pit. And I find myself thinking, why didn't you just kill him? Man, that was really pretty shitty, actually. And I feel certain that later on in his life, Obi-Wan probably had a lot of moments sitting there late at night in the hut on Tatooine thinking to himself, you know, I should have killed him. I really just, you know, hindsight's 20/20 and all, but I should have made sure he was dead. That probably would have worked out to my favor. Guy's been busy with the baby. Yeah, that'll happen. Snowing hard there. Where are you at, Puck Duncher? Forecast says we're getting snow, but I don't believe it. Well, you believe it when it starts rolling in, I should think. Yeah, it's been, the weather's been weird lately. It would have been smarter and more merciful. I agree, Sentient Pickle. Just about everything about what Obi-Wan did there at the end was like, What the fuck were you thinking, Lucas? What about this makes any sense? And that follows right through to the scene where Padme dies. When, like, was Lucas thinking it was romantic to have a mother give birth to twins and then immediately give up on life? Is that what that was? Because that just seems cruel and selfish, and furthermore, pretty stupid. You could have had her die for any number of, or rather from any number of birth-related complications, but we just went with, I don't know, I'm a robot, and I'm saying that she gave up the will to live. It's mysterious. Are we going on to the next song, or are you being a bitch today, Pretzel? You are kind of being a bitch. You're not going from song to song, if this is how it's going to be... You know what? I'm going to restart it. If this is how we're going to be. Because I can't be manually selecting songs. That's madness. Died of a broken heart. Oh, Anakin, you're breaking my heart. I agree. Anakin should have killed her by accident in his rage. You could have gone with something as simple... There we go. You could have gone with something as simple as, oopsie daisy, he crushed her esophagus.
99 bottles of paint.
Speaking
Take
of 99
one down,
bottles.
shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
It's a confusing sort of math. Yeah, you could have just said, well, he accidentally crushed her, I was about to say sarcophagus. That's not a human body part. My anatomy's all fucked up. Her esophagus, or just caused enough damage that she survived long enough to give birth, but then couldn't be saved for any number of reasons. But we're talking about George Lucas, so the answer we ultimately go with will be the most infantile possible interpretation of events. That's generally what he's bringing to the table. I'm a little bit sniffly today, you'll have to forgive me. She got Lucased. Yeah. Like Lenny to the dog, and of mice and men. Oh, that makes me sad. So, today, we are going to be working on Christopher Lee, Darth Tyrannus, Count Dooku. This should be a good time. And by a good time, I mean a bit of a headache, because I've been doing a lot of research on Count Dooku's costume, guys, and like most things in Star Wars, what color everything is depends on what medium you're looking at and what artist it was that was addressing it. So how he appears in the movie is different than how he appears in the comic book renditions, which is different than how he appears in the Clone Wars, which is even different than how he appears in, like, his Hot Toys action figure rendition. Everybody seems to disagree on the shades of brown, but what everyone does agree on is that Count Dooku wears a sort of a really dark brown, and then on top of that he's got sort of a dark brown, and then there's sort of like a lighter brown, and then inside of that you have kind of a slightly yellowish brown. If you're picking up a theme here, it's a lot of brown. It's a whole lot of brown. So I've pulled out pretty much all my Reaper browns, and I'm going to be going down the line here. We've got Reaper Charred Brown that we're probably going to be starting with. We've got some Nut Brown that I think is going to wind up being his pants. We've got a Saddle Brown that I think is the sort of chocolatey brown I'm going to be using for the outside of his cloak, and then highlighting that probably with this ruddy flesh. And then I've got a rich leather and a polished leather that seem like the more yellow tones for the inside of his cloak, which the model does have his cloak turned over one shoulder on his lightsaber side, so I'm going to be painting some of the inside of the cloak. And then, working on his face is going to be interesting. I'll give FFG, they're the sculptors that they've got who do these face sculpts for the characters. It looks a little blue. My white balance must be off. Huh. I'll have to adjust that. This looks a lot like Christopher Lee. Pixie Wing, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that, man. All I gotta do is talk about brown. You see, guys? Brown, brown, brown. That's how the fucking money rolls in. Did it for the biddies. What's up, Colonel Matthew Steiner? Good to see you, man. I'm saying, though, if you look at this guy, this looks a lot like Christopher Lee. Like, impressively so. Not all their figures have been this good. Like, the Han Solo that they did, I don't really think looks that much like Harrison Ford. Their Leia's not bad. Her proportions are a little odd. I got her in the mail the other day. Greg the Salt Miner, tossing out some gift subs. Thank you so much. Christopher Lee is gangster as fuck. Christopher Lee, he zhuzhed the whole movie up that he was in. The two movies that he was in. He made them more palatable. He brought legitimacy to the entire affair. Not that Ewan McGregor didn't. Because, you know, it's Ewan, and we all love Ewan. But then Christopher Lee strolls in, and we're like, oh shit, this is a serious movie, you guys. Like, we were riding on Hayden Christensen before, which is bullshit, but now we got Christopher Lee. And, you know, I always like reading about, it seems like it was kind of inevitable for Christopher Lee to wind up in a Star Wars movie, given his relationship with Peter Cushing and how important Peter Cushing is to the overall lore. It's my understanding that Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee had a long-standing friendship. They worked on all those old Hammer horror movies and stuff together, you know? They did, vampire movies and all kinds of shit together. And lots of monster movies. And apparently they had a long-standing friendship, and I guess both of them were somewhat involved in the painting of miniatures for historical war games, or if not games, recreations like Waterloo, and so on. Yeah, he did. He brought the same gravitas that Peter Cushing did. He brought that same kind of legitimacy, and also for Sir Alec Guinness. Star Wars has a way of presenting us with some of the objectively cheesiest, dumbest goddamn storylines, and yet legitimizing itself through the use of classical actors, like many of the actors who played Imperial officers in the original trilogy. The actor, I really should have his name ready to go, but I don't, who played General Veers in Empire Strikes Back, was another classical British actor who worked a lot with these guys in the old days. He was in, what's the one? Indiana Jones and it was the third one. It was The Last Crusade. Yeah, that's right. He was Walter Donovan in The Last Crusade. Most of the Imperial officers were like old BBC actors. I got it before you fucking said it, Hethrier, so you can cram it up your ass. Julian Glover, thank you very much, Sentient Pickle. But, you know, Star Wars has a way of kind of wrapping itself in the cloak of legitimacy that these actors bring. And along the entire series, I would say it did the same thing with the talent of John Williams. Because, honestly, somebody needs to put together, like, a cut of just Star Wars scenes, classical Star Wars scenes, all the way from, you know, Luke Skywalker standing on the surface of Tatooine looking at the twin suns. I'm not going to say those words together. I'm just going to move right past it. But, I mean, really, honestly, imagine the scenes in Star Wars, some of your favorite scenes, without John Williams, and I guarantee you, they're a lot fucking worse, and probably significantly harder to watch. He brought so much to the table, every single time, and he just fucking nailed it. Even his work in the new movies was fantastic. Kylo Ren's theme in the beginning of The Force Awakens, like, I still had hope in those moments, because it was so good. I'm not reading that, Buckbencher. I'm not even going to acknowledge that. How hard is it to properly ventilate a resin printer? Can I run it in a room with an open window, or should I make a setup where I run an extension cord out to my porch and run it outside? Pixie Wing, it is my belief and my experience that reports of toxicity from inhalation of resin fumes on resin printers are greatly exaggerated. Now, resins can be different. Each one can have different toxicity levels. I always advise that you read the toxicity sheet on any resin that you're going to be using, but I'm just going to say that I have, in this room...
This conversation gets more about how you feel.
How is this about how I feel? This is about toxic resins, O'Coral. I have no feelings. I have no feelings on toxic resins. In this room that I'm in right now, on my desk behind me where I sit, I have my resin printer within arm's reach, as in I can extend my left arm and touch the hood of my Elegoo Mars, and it sits there full of water-washable resin, and it's not a problem. It really is not. This is a reasonably well-ventilated room. I keep the door open most of the time. Most of the toxicity from those resins is going to come from contact, and if you read the sheet, that's exactly what it says. Don't get it on your hands. Don't get it in your eyes. Don't rub it on your mucous membranes. Don't drink it. But if you have a vat of it sitting 4 or 5 feet away from you and you've got reasonable ventilation, you're fine. Honestly, it's not going to be a problem. I have mine in the basement, but I also have an old leaky house. Carl, good to see you. How you doing? Happy Zombie Jesus Day. Chat's out of control. Execute Order 66. If only. If only we had such a thing, but Cat's not here. We can't execute Order 66 without Cat. Speaking of which, the emotes haven't been approved yet, but I have forwarded them. I don't know if you guys saw the emotes that Cat had put together for us. They are fucking amazing. There's a lurk, there's a lull, there's a hype, and there's some of my favorite damn things in the universe that she went out and got done. No, I didn't. It's still working. There's just a timer on it. There's a timer on all of the Chaotic Harmony sayings. Lordy lord. Planned on buying resin for the sole purpose of drinking. Well, I'm not going to stop you, Pixie. I don't think it's a great idea, you know? But, you know, you do you, man. Just don't tell anybody that I endorsed it. When you're in the hospital, don't let them know that it was Thunderhead who told you to do it. Where am I? What am I doing? I got my browns out. I need my brushes. Zero. broad 1. And another slightly cleaner 1. That should do me. This will be an interesting paint job because it really is all browns, and I'm not totally sure how it's going to come together. I've got a few reference images for Christopher Lee that I'm going to be pulling up if/when I make it to the face. I'll probably be mostly working on the clothing tonight, and then hitting the face and the lightsaber later. I haven't painted much gray hair, and Christopher Lee obviously is very silver-haired for this role, so that'll be interesting to do. I really want to do his face justice, though, as if as nothing else, as an homage to Christopher Lee himself, because I have immense respect for him as an actor. He has been in numerous things that have shaped my cinematic appreciation throughout my life, and it's kind of meaningful for me to paint actors that mean as much to me as Christopher Lee does. So I think this will be fun. Rub it all over my mucous membranes. Do I have to wash the excess resin off before cramming it where the sun don't shine? Well, yes. I mean, I guess not. Don't put resin prints inside your body. I don't care what orifice we're talking about. Don't put it in there. At no point should toxic UV resins go into you. Just don't do it. Or at least if you do it, don't tell them I told you to do it. Recommend curing it first, so yes, wash off excess resin. Also, I recommend, yeah, Flavolicious, we got that fixed. Imagine that. It was one fucking checkbox, as Chaotic Harmony was kind enough to inform me of. And yeah, don't put it where the sun don't shine. In fact, put it where the sun does shine, because you want the sun shining on it in order to cure it. O'Coral, I'm not 100% on that yet. O'Coral has a couple of Stormtrooper boxes, and I'm looking to grab some, and I'd rather put some money into the community than buying right from FFG or from Amazon, who are a bunch of bastards. But I'm not sure how many Stormtroopers I need yet. I gotta get through these Clone Wars boxes. I got the Rogers done. I got the B1s done. All fucking 35 of them yesterday, which was a hell of a marathon. I've got some clones to go, and then I'm gonna start figuring on my Imperial forces, because it's gonna be a little while before the advanced boxes for the Clone Wars drop, until I can get things like B2s. I mean, I've got some 3D printed B2s I'm going to be working on, but until I can get the official B2s, that's going to take some time. And obviously things like Clone Captain Rex and more commanders for Clone Wars, that's down the line. So I'm going to be working on more Galactic Civil War until that releases. Gonna paint liver spots on Christopher Lee's forehead. I think I'm not great at faces. I'm really not awesome at faces. I'm gonna try to get his face looking reasonably youthful and smooth, and then... Excuse me. Oh. Well, Cora, let me know what you want for trade, man, because that's easy for me. Well, I mean, depending on what it is, obviously, not everything's easy for me. I might try to do some spots and make him look older once I get the basic face done, but I'm really not great at... That's part of the reason I'm doing more of these models, is I'm not great at cloth, I'm not great at face. I'd like to be better, so we're gonna work on it. That is ridiculous and unacceptable, Greg. It's never gonna happen. Unacceptable. What are my buttons? Have I got my buttons today?
Do it.
Oh yeah, I do. What do you know?
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
Oh, if you've already got a puppers. Well, you can feed this one if you want. So I think I'm going to start with his tunic. It's one of the lowest points on the model, and it's real dark. It's real dark. So I'm going to be taking this Reaper Charred Brown as my base. It's a real dark brown. And, I mean, it's kind of a black brown. And I'm going to thin it out real well, and I'm going to try applying it to his tunic in multiple layers to work with the zenithal that I've already got going on. I like zenithal highlighting. It makes the paint jobs easier on me, and you know, I like easy. I like to take things easy. But hey, let's get started. Reaper liners would be good for this too. Yes, Greg, in fact, I got my brown liner right here that I'm definitely going to be using. I love this stuff. Brown liner. I've started using the gray liner more and more too. For blaster rifles, I'm pretty much doing like a wash of gray liner and then a dry brush of gunmetal and then a black wash, and it's not like the most amazing looking blaster you've ever seen, but it's a real effective metallic black that I think looks better and has more depth than just using an actual black metallic on it. Yeah, Greyliner is pretty fucking fantastic. By the way, hey White Wolf, how's it going? Is my command not working? Is my bot even fucking in here right now? Oh. No, 4 people did it in a row, and... okay, yeah, it is working. Excellent. But yes, I am printing presently a moisture evaporator. It's probably going to finish during the stream, and I'm going to have to start another one. I have 10 of my Tarkin Town shanties printed out now. That is going to be a paint job for the near future. I figure 10 is a pretty good number. I'm doing a slightly larger building also to go in Tarkin Town. And I figured I'll start with 10, I'll paint them up, and then if I want to have more, I can print them then. But I'm not gonna waste filament on more than 10 for the moment. But moisture evaporators I do need. Those can apply to many different table types. 50 Shades is absolutely working, oh Coral. Somebody did it the moment the stream started, and now it's on cooldown. So you're just gonna have to wait. That is a bit thicker than I wanted. I'm going to pop in some Flow Aid and see how that goes. My wet palette, you know, I shouldn't jinx myself, but I'm just going to go ahead and say that my wet palette is being fairly cooperative right now, which is unusual. Just a bit of matte medium. How long does a model take to print typically, or is it on the scale of hours or days? Pixie Wing, that depends on what you're printing and how. A terrain piece on an FDM printer can take anywhere from 6 hours to a day and a half. Longer than that, honestly, you can get pretty large. You can take it up to like 2-day prints. Well, you can take it further. I've had 5-day prints, but those were really big items. On a resin printer, your average model is going to take you somewhere between 6 and 8 hours. That has been my experience. Now, there's an interesting sort of phenomenon where the FDM printer, the more things you put on the build plate, the slower it goes, because the nozzle head has to actually move to each and every individual point.
There's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye.
Something about Christopher Lee paint jobs.
To my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
The print head for the FDM printer has to actually move to each and every single point on the model. So the more you give it in a layer to do, the longer it's going to take to print. The funny thing about resin printers is as their plate comes down and hits the LCD... I gotta put my glove on. Damn it, I just realized that. As the print plate comes down, it prints every layer at exactly the same time because it's flash curing a layer of resin with an LCD screen. So the more things you put on a print bed... That's not good English. The time is not increased by the content of the layers. The time is increased by the number of layers. So the taller your item is, the longer it takes to print. But if you can pack as many things into the print plate as you possibly can, you'll print a bunch of things at once and it'll still take the same amount of time. Not true of FDM printers, but very true of resin printers. I saw that you're interested in getting into 3D printing, Pixie. I personally started with the Ender 3 with FDM printing, and I'm glad I did because I learned a lot about what 3D printing is and how to operate a machine before I moved on to resin printing. And by the time I moved on to resin printing, I was like, oh, shit, this is easy. There's like 3 settings, and it's fucking, you know, no challenge at all. Teaching Tech did something like a 7 or 8 day resin print. Oh, damn, that's, whew. Yeah, that would be a hell of a print. More efficient with more models. Yes, it is. It very much is. And yeah, FDM printers are more useful for things like just practical parts and pieces. Yeah, we got Bad Dachshund over here saying that he prints drone parts with it. And yeah, if you want to make functional parts, things for around the house, brackets, shelf supports, light switch covers, stuff like that, the FDM printer is the way to go. That's the thing that's going to make all that. The resin printer is much more niche. Not as generally useful, but still quite useful. Great for models. Absolutely fantastic for models. That would not be a great trade for me, O'Coral, I gotta say. Want to make Warhammer terrain and some Warhammer-looking models. Like to have some pieces of Space Marines without the cost. Several Dead Marines for your Venom Crawlers. You're really looking at both types of printing, Pixie. I would start with FDM. Were I you. So I'm going to start putting down some charred brown, and we'll just see how it looks. Obviously much lighter than I want it to be, but I'm going to be doing several layers here. And I don't know if I'm going to make his clothing as dark as it actually is in the movies, because it's damn near black. It is damn near black. He's not a colorful guy, Count Dooku. He is a very dapper gentleman, though. So what's everybody up to today? I know we got Greg doing some 3D modeling, as he always is. What are you making, Greg? I've been working on some Legion parts lately, but it's all stuff that's just going to go up for free on Thingiverse, ultimately. Nothing I'm planning on selling. I don't really want to sell anything Star Wars related, because I feel like that's just inviting trouble with Disney almost every time. And those bastards...
You could just go ahead and board that paint on anywhere. It's not like
I
we're
will.
trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Guillaume Adrian? Guillaume? Would that be how that's pronounced? Thank you so much for the follow, man. I appreciate it. Primary forms of dunce is actually worth sharing and streaming. Greg, please do. I would absolutely love to see that. Epax X1. Oh, is that what you have? Yeah. Yeah, thanks for that, Roland. Much appreciated. Doing the bidding of O'Coral, of all people. Roland, with the resub, thank you so much. Every time I see that, man, every time I see, it's been 3 months. I'm like, how have I been doing this? That, like, it doesn't seem like that long, and that's not a particularly long time in the context of Twitch streamers in general. A lot of the people I follow would be like, yeah, man, I've been doing this for like 4 years, but 3 months seems like a lot to me, considering I had never streamed at all prior to this. This brown is actually working out pretty well. I don't think I'm going to, like, I'm going to make it dark. It's not showing up as well. Hang on, let me adjust my white balance.
Look, I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you
Excuse
off,
me.
but you're just basic.
My nose is tickly today, it absolutely is. Colonel Matthew Steiner painting some elementals, smoke jag, mech, proof of concept, Franken-mechs, tiny trucks, and a Davion Lance. Man, you got a busy paint desk. That sounds awesome, though. And I would like to remind people, as I adjust my white balance a little bit, I would like to remind people, or let you know, if you're brand new to the stream, we have this pretty cool thing that we do. Over on the Discord, on the Thunderhead Studio Discord, we have a channel called Stream Review. If you are working on something during the stream, if you've been working on something recently that you just want to share, if it's a work in progress, if it's a final piece, if it's even remotely artistic, it doesn't have to be miniature painting, please pop into the Discord, jump into Stream Review, and put a picture up, because towards the end of the stream, we're going to jump in there, and we're going to do exactly what it says. We're going to review the pictures. I always have a good time doing that. I love seeing what you guys are working on. Let me see. White balance is just a little funky. It seems slightly better to me. Yeah, show me what you got. Yeah, go ahead and hit that that Discord. And you will also notice on the Discord command, I put a second Discord in there for the Star Wars Legion Discord, which is a fairly excellent Discord I've been posting in recently. They have been very kind to me over there, allowing me to advertise for the Twitch stream. The least I can do is let people know that they exist. It is a well-moderated Discord. If you are interested in Star Wars Legion or sharing your work on Legion figures, I recommend checking it out. I don't want to overdo this here. I think I'm going to go with significantly lighter overall tones on Dooku than he has in the movies, just because it's a model. It's not really him. You know? And I'd rather the colors show up. I'm going to deepen them somewhat, but not too much more. I'm going to hit it with some brown liner and probably some washes for shading. I don't know, we'll figure it out. We'll land on something we like eventually. I'm definitely going to go darker than this just because it is damn near a black brown that he wears on his tunic. Oh, I can't forget to do around his neck. He's got this funny little silver chain around his neck. I have been rewatching The Clone Wars. It has been a long time. I almost forgot how goddamn good that show is. I didn't completely forget, because it's kind of impossible to forget. But, wow. I'm impressed by it every single time. You know what I think is striking about The Clone Wars? About the cartoon, The Clone Wars? Is the humor in it is better than the humor in the actual movies. Now, the concepts are still pretty stupid. Jar Jar Binks is a terrible concept, and nobody ever should have done it. The B-1 battle droids being comic relief is a terrible concept, and nobody ever should have done it. However, if you're going to do it, don't ask George Lucas for the particulars, because he is a moron. And what he gave us in the movies is, like, embarrassingly bad on both counts. The B-1 battle droids are nothing short of annoying and immersion breaking, and Jar Jar Binks is, well, you know, he's Jar Jar Binks. And yet somehow in the cartoons, the humor of both of these things just works better, which is nuts. He is supposed to be a bit pale. Oh, did he ask for advice? I'm sorry that I missed that. Let me scroll up a little bit here. Let me see what you got. Character artist 3D, and I would like to print my pieces. Can you give some tips to clean the model? Guillaume, you know what I would do? I would recommend jumping into the Discord, and not just because I love having more numbers on my Discord count, but because we actually have several very talented 3D modelers and 3D printers. And if you hop over into one of our help request channels to do with 3D printing and design, I feel certain that they could give you some very specific tips on what it is that you are trying to do. It's difficult for me now because I'm doing this, and it's hard to focus on the particulars of the problem that you're having, but if you post the issue over there, you will find we have a very, very supportive community. We really do have a surprising number of accomplished 3D modelers on our Discord. Greg the Salt Miner, you're just popping out those gift subs like mad, man. Thank you so much. And Guillaume, welcome.
Do you like sexy battlemechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things.
Some.
And more.
And more. I'm thinking for our next stream we might wind up doing some of that our heavy gear blitz that Roland was talking about last time. Because I've got the urge to paint some robots, and that is kind of a nice out for me in that it won't have to necessarily be BattleTech. I feel like my camera angle is just a bit wrong for what I'm doing. I need to be a little bit higher. There we go. It might be about as dark as I go. I realize that it's not screen accurate necessarily, but I am painting a miniature, and people do need to be able to make out what the fuck is going on. Oh, Coral. No, I've fooled around with the Thunderskunk Annihilator a little bit, because I gotta say, after working live on the Thunderskunk pattern on the Annihilator, I was just not happy with the direction it was going. I don't know, it just didn't sit right with me, so I went down and I knocked some of the little barbs off the side, and I've been kind of rethinking my pattern on it. Still going with the same idea of the white with the sort of toxic green stripe down the middle, but rethinking the pattern of the little hairs off the side. So that project is not done by a long shot, Coral. It's just going through a little bit of a research, development, trial, and error phase. So I'm going with a slightly redder, richer brown for his pants, though they're going to be largely the same. This is going to be Reaper Nut Brown. Old Count Dooku with his brown pants, so you can't tell how scared he is. Genius. Genius. I assume everyone here has heard that joke. I'm not going to repeat it. It's old and terrible. Let me see about a base tone for his cloak. I'm thinking the sort of chocolatey saddle brown. Just got my Robotech game box. Yeah, I know it. Okay. I was very specifically trying to avoid that joke because it's way too goddamn easy and it's incredibly immature. I should not be surprised that my chat latched onto that immediately. You're absolutely right, WJ. Most of the time, he kicked Anakin and Obi-Wan's asses. I really like the portrayal of Count Dooku as decent. Like, he was a good overall strategist, but he was not a soldier. He was a duelist. And if he got you alone with a lightsaber, he would pretty much take you down. Yes, a gentleman and a scholar. And, as far as I know, he was one of those whose heart was maybe in the rightish place. He was disillusioned with the Jedi Order, much like his apprentice Qui-Gon Jinn was. He didn't necessarily wholeheartedly support the bald-faced evil of the Sith, so much as he was just kind of done with the whole esoteric game of the Sith and the Jedi together. He didn't care. He was disillusioned with the Jedi Order and the corruption and the rot in the Senate, and he saw Sidious as an opportunity for him to shake things up, seize control, and change the status quo. And I think he believed... Now, I have not read the book Dooku, but I get the impression from what I know of the character that he had been led to believe by Palpatine that it was, in fact, he who was the chosen one. That it was he who was meant to bring balance to the Force. That he was going to be the new face of the new era. And it was really not until those final moments in Revenge of the Sith when he got hit with the classic... Oh, that's the wrong button.
Do it.
That he understood, oh, I'm a tool, I'm a pawn. I have been played. That's my understanding. I believe much of that was written... And see, that's what I mean about when I say the prequels have more heart than the sequels. There is a good story hidden in there, it just wasn't communicated very well by the guy whose job it was to communicate it to us, Lucas. Not that Lucas doesn't have good ideas, it's that he is in desperate need of someone to translate those ideas into a coherent human dialogue using words and phrases that actual humans would say to each other in realistic conversations, as opposed to such winners as Anakin. You're breaking my heart. Or the ever classic, what was it? You look so beautiful. Oh, only because I'm so in love. No, it's because I'm so in love with you. Or, I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Not like here. Here everything is soft and smooth. Oh my fucking god. You guys, that movie is so hard to watch. It's so bad. And you're right, he didn't get Sith eyes, did he? He was able to throw out lightning. Because he was genuinely pretty angry, I think. In the EU, Sith and Jedi used to be the same organization. Remember, someone get too emotional and depend on cult. Yeah, there was the... I mean, they were, like, way back before there were the Sith purebloods. And yes, I have the high ground. That scene still just makes no... People have done so much work to make sense out of that scene, and it still just doesn't make any goddamn sense. I don't know what gave Obi-Wan the impression that standing on a slightly higher piece of dirt means you win a fight, but he seemed very secure in that knowledge. It's particularly ironic since Darth Maul definitely had the high ground on Obi-Wan, and we all saw how that went. Not well. Well, quite well, for Obi-Wan at least. I feel like the Clone Wars and Rebels are about the best Star Wars that exist. I'm liking these browns. I'm digging these browns for the base colors. They're just different enough to be interesting, I feel like. Oh, Mythbusters tested the high ground, did they? I think I missed that one. Yeah, Lucas needed Spielberg and a team of other directors. Lucas needed someone holding the purse strings. Lucas needed someone who could say, "No, George, that last idea was stupid." It's... it's like Mac and Charlie writing a fucking movie, and It's Always Sunny. When he's like, what if this doctor smells crime? Whoa, this doctor smells crime. That's amazing. That's a brilliant idea. Yeah. And what if his head was just one big nose? Write that down. He needed someone to stop him before he decided that the doctor's head was one big nose. And that's what Spielberg and like Irvin Kershner and the rest of the crew did for the original trilogy. You were my brother, Anakin. That's why you'll fucking burn. What's up, Project Dark Fox? How you doing? Anakin and Padme's cringy scenes can actually be explained in universe. I don't know if I want them to be. Padme never loved him. I believe that, because honestly, all of his come-ons were just creepy as shit. Like, oh my god, creepy. Like, what the fuck is happening, creepy? Alright, what direction do I want to take this for highlights? I'm gonna mix in some kind of pale flesh tones to bring it up, something warm. Just got back from Easter Feast. Feast in quotes with an exclamation mark. I don't know what that means, but I like it. Ham, mac and cheese, green beans. Oh, that actually sounds pretty good. I have a terrible palate, though. Yeah, didn't need Rick Berman. Yeah. That was, I maintain the biggest problem with the prequel movies is that there was nobody there who could tell George no. There was nobody who could say, no, George, we're not doing that. And you saw what happened as a result, because so many of the ideas in those movies would have been perfectly fine if there had been literally anyone who could stop George before he dialed things up to the fucking 11 of stupid that he always went for. want this to be nice and thin. And we'll see how it looks. Jenner. I can't see that name for some reason. Why can't I see that? It's in just the wrong color. Cacafisk? Is that what I'm seeing? I literally can't read that name because that's in dark blue and it doesn't show up on either of my screens. That's weird. Rogue One, huh? Rogue One. I complain about Rogue One. I complain about Rogue One a lot. But my complaints about Rogue One are not the same complaints I have about the prequels, because Rogue One isn't stupid in the same way that the prequels are. Rogue One has stupid parts that are a lot more written by committee than the stupid parts in the prequels. It also has, I mean, I think it's hard to argue it doesn't have some of the best military fight sequences in the entire series. It absolutely does. There are other parts of it that I didn't like so much, though. I feel like with a few small changes, Rogue One could have been better, but I also feel like a lot of Rogue One got left on the cutting room floor. I feel like a lot of Rogue One got taken away from Gareth Edwards, and I think that's supported by some of the statements that Gareth Edwards made after the fact. I like Gareth Edwards. I think he's a good director. I think Avatar's writing was awful, but he's still a good director. Yeah, I mean, yeah, James Cameron. James Cameron's a good example of the same effect. James Cameron hit a point of fame and wealth where nobody's allowed to tell him no anymore. And that was a mistake, I think. I'm going to go pretty high on these highlights, and then I'm going to hit, I think, his entire tunic with a strong tone wash from Army Painter. I think that's going to bring the whole thing together pretty nicely. I don't complain about anything quite as much as I complain about Star Wars, but I think by now most people have realized that I only complain about the things that I love. Well, it's not entirely true. I complain about some things that I hate, but I don't complain this much about things that I hate. I try to forget them. I think Rogue One bothers me because I just wanted different things out of it. And you know, people are always saying that. You're just mad because it's not the movie that you wanted. And yeah, you're right. I am mad that it's not the movie that I wanted because I wanted a different movie. Like, it seems to go without saying. People say it anyway, though.
50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead!
Jesus.
You need to thin that paint first!"
It did have a fantastic space battle, even though I think the ramming was maybe a bit goofy, but it was pretty cool. I complain about chat, so there you go. What's up, Cat? Good to see you. If I complain about your favorite part of the Star Wars universe, don't take it personally. Greg knows how it is. We used to hang out all the time, and I would do nothing but talk shit about the things that he loved most about Star Wars. We all like different things. You know, that's kind of part of what makes Star Wars so cool, is that it's such a big tent. There's room for so many different types of fans who like so many different things for so many different reasons. And I think somebody asked me, I think it was you, Pixie, who asked me last time, who's your favorite Star Wars character? And that's genuinely an interesting question. Because there are so... I will fight you, Greg. You know I'll fight you. You absolutely know I'll fight you over that one. Rammy scene's actually based on something the British did in World War II. I believe that, but fighting in space with spaceships is not analogous to World War II. I mean, I say that, but a lot of what they did in Star Wars was directly analogous to World War II strategies, so, you know, that's just a preference thing. That's not... Nobody can say, this is what would really happen in a space battle, because there are no space battles, because we don't have battles in space. If we want to talk about what would really happen in a space battle, you know what would really happen in a space battle? You would engage the enemy from distances far too vast to see. with largely missile and mass driver weapons that travel for hours before reaching their targets. You would engage enemies at extreme distances, and there would be no starfighters, because it makes no goddamn sense to put a human being in something that a drone could pilot. Real space battles, actual space battles, as we imagine them, would probably be fucking boring. So Star Wars makes them interesting. And I'm fine with that. Everyone goes like, the last Star Wars movie was so good, but the big battle scene was so stupid. That one Sith can do all that damage. So I'm just going to let you guys know, I have not seen The Rise of Skywalker, but I am very familiar with what happens in it. I have no intention of watching it myself, because The Last Jedi was a fucking travesty. And I'm really just not at all interested in what any of these new jackasses driven by Disney have to say about Star Wars. I only really give a shit about the Star Wars that's coming out of the people who have a lot of heart and skin in the game. I'm interested in what is coming out of Jon Favreau. I'm interested in what's coming out of Seth Green. And honestly, I haven't heard anyone say that the last one was good. I haven't really heard that. But I'm with you that most of what I've heard about it is pretty stupid. And I understand the irony of saying that about anything in Star Wars. I'm saying, oh, it was really dumb, this thing that happened. And I'm talking about a series that is effectively about wizards in space with magic and laser swords. But that doesn't mean that there can't be internal consistency. It's space fantasy, but just because something's fantasy doesn't mean it can't make sense. The last Star Wars movie is the only good Star Wars movie. Pixie Wing, that is a hot take if ever I've seen one. That's dangerous talk around here. I'm not even going to jump on you for that one, but, you know, fear the chat. Turkish Star Wars was the best Star Wars. The Turkish version of everything is always pretty amusing. Whatever it is they're pirating this week. Turkish Spider-Man. It's a classic. Do his collar here. I realized after like a few minutes before the stream started that there were some really good Dooku memes I could have pulled out to have on my little button pad over here. That would have been pretty good for the stream, but I didn't think of it until like 10 minutes before, so you guys don't get to enjoy Christopher Lee while I'm doing this. I apologize for that. I'm depriving you in a way of potential Christopher Lee, and I feel shame. I feel ashamed of that. I have failed you, and I have failed Christopher, and, you know, it's important that we own our mistakes. My big problem with the sequel movies is, if you've been around this stream, you know that I'm not a fan of Disney, just in general, as a company. I grew up in Florida. I've been to Disney World my share of times, particularly as a young man. I saw how they've changed the landscape of Florida, both literally and figuratively. They have changed the political landscape, they have changed the economic landscape, they have changed the physical landscape of Florida. They will continue to do so. Disney, they've accomplished an amazing thing by harnessing and selling nostalgia and good feelings to those of us who grew up with their properties, while managing to be one of the most soulless, profit-driven corporations on the planet Earth. Like, if you were to ask me to name the companies on Earth that are, like, truly comic book evil, I'm thinking, like, Amazon. I really think Amazon is pretty evil. I realize the irony. I buy a lot of things from them, but, I mean, you guys get it. It's so goddamn convenient. That's part of what makes them so evil. But Amazon and Disney are right up there. Disney is... it's a soulless grinding machine that is wearing the face of your childhood that has been severed and stapled across its skull. thinking about taking the shadows on Dooku almost all the way to black to super heighten the contrast and help sell the darkness of the overall piece. I'm thinking I'm going to try that with some washes after I get some colors down, Greg. That is sort of my thinking. And the real deep shadows. Disney is an evil corporation that wants to rule the world by indoctrination of children and adults. Generally, yeah. The question is, what are their... Yeah. There are definitely... You see, if this conversation comes down to saying, which corporation's most evil? The unfortunate thing is that in the year 2020, there are a lot of them, and they're real fucking evil. So that can go on pretty much forever. But many of the corporations that are the kind of evil we're talking about are a much more in-your-face sort of an evil, whereas Disney is a very insidious evil that cloaks itself in the dreams of children. That sells you your childhood back to you after it's been repackaged and passed through the fucking marketing algorithm 10 to 20 times. Holy shit. Chaotic Harmony. Chaotic Harmony with the raid. Dropping a bomb on us with 30 people. Good lord. Thank you so much, man. Of course, it probably would have been nice coming over from MechWarrior Online to pop over here and find that we're painting mechs, but today we're working on something a little softer. Welcome to everyone who is coming over from Chaotic Harmony's stream. If you're interested in more Chaotic Harmony, you'll be interested to know that we have a strange amount of Chaotic Harmony right here in the stream. I'm sure momentarily any number of my chatters will go ahead and...
There's something about Canopy and cat girls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling.
There it is.
Maybe it's just my allergies.
Chaotic has been kind enough to record for us a number of clips of his soothing, wonderful voice that you can use the commands shown beneath to throw at me anytime you like. What's up, Pete? How you doing? Welcome to everybody who just came over. Today we are working on... I work on a number of different models. And since you're coming over from MechWarrior Online, I'll take a moment to give you a little bit of MechWarrior content, because I know. Really, I know. I understand just how important mechs can be to you. Oh, that's the wrong button. There's the button.
Elbow rocket! Now!
Thank you so much for the follow. Eadsby and Rum Drunk. Ooh, Rum Drunk. That's a good sort of drunk. Let's take a moment for our audience coming over from MechWarrior Online and review a little bit of our BattleTech content from this stream. Over the last few months, we have been working on painting Rampart Company from the House Arano sourcebook. You may be familiar with House Arano from the Harebrained Schemes BattleTech game. Greg the Salt Miner with the gift subs. My god, just jolting us. Jolting us good and hard. Giving us some of that laser action. So we spent a little bit of time, and by a little bit of time I mean kind of several months, working on... Oh, you swear you're done now, are you? As I was saying, the Rampart Company from the House Arano sourcebook, which you may know from the Harebrained Schemes BattleTech game. And each mech kind of had its own little story, so I'll just give you a quick shot of some of the mechs that we've been painting over here. Here we have... I need to put a matte coat on this guy, I just realized he's a little bit shiny. But we've got Gigantes, the Battlemaster. All of them are a little bit dirty, all of them have these sort of battlefield bases that I put together for them. And then we've got a severed commando arm clenched in his left fist, which was a 3D model and print job that we did here. Well, there's one of our assault mechs. Also on the assault side of things, we have one that I am particularly proud of, which would be Firehose, the AWS 8Q Awesome, which according to the House Arano sourcebook had its head smashed in by Gigantes when it was claimed by Rampart Company, so we went ahead and cut the cockpit off of this Awesome and 3D printed our own to go on there, to look like sort of a periphery level repair. Pezmotion, good to see you, man. How you doing? Doesn't seem too shiny on the camera. It's tricky to tell, but he does need a little bit of a matte clear coat, I can tell from seeing him in person. So here we got Firehose along with this little 3D printed PPC shot coming out of his nipple
Welcome
gun
back
there,
to 50
which is a good
Shades
time.
of Coal Gray.
Oh god.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Why do I let these things happen? By the way, Chaotic Harmony.
I never thought that I would say this. But I'm glad to see you. Very glad.
I saw you over there playing MWO. Then we go on to Kovas, the Thunderbolt that we worked on, who has a couple of custom parts. In that we did an... Is my Ender doing crazy things? Oh shit, did one of the supports fall off? Oh, that print just failed. No. I gotta stop it. Damn it. I hate this fucking thing. Alright, so what you saw there is a print failure.
Battlemech in your battlemech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
It is a little bit, unfortunately. This is the second time I've tried to print this fucking moisture evaporator, and the second time it has failed on the same spot. I'm not doing it again. This moisture evaporator is pissing me off. And this means I'm gonna have to model my own moisture evaporator, you guys. The good news there, if you're into Star Wars, is that pretty soon I'll have a moisture evaporator up on Thingiverse that doesn't print like a pile of shit. I'm sorry if the person who made that particular model is in this chat. I doubt that they are, but I'm just gonna throw out a quick fuck you, man. Damn it. The evil guy in Robot Jock's Russian? I'm not sure what he's supposed to be, the evil guy in Robot Jocks. He's Nameless Sunbro, thank you so much for the follow. He is from a vaguely Eastern European over nation? I'm not really sure. All I know is that whatever nation that was, they gave him this. And what more do you really need to know? Am I right? I also gave him one of these. Look at it go. Ooh. That's just messy. So going back to our battle mech here, we had Kovas the Thunderbolt that we put together. We made some mistakes on this guy when we were painting him on stream, and I definitely covered some of them up with the liberal application of Rust. But I think that he worked out pretty well in the end. We replaced the large laser on his arm with one from the more classic Dugram mech, which I like the look of better. And we managed to get in there and paint his cockpit glass despite the fact that it's so small. It's so damn small. Look at the cockpit. It's ridiculous. Still, I'm happy with how he came out. So going through the rest of our heavy mechs, we then have a couple of catapults that we did for Rampart Company. On the left we have Palandria, and on the right we have Norwest. A catapult C1 and a catapult K2. Is it K2? Why am I forgetting? Thank you so much, Chaotic. I always appreciate your enthusiasm for battlemechs. Such enthusiasm. K2, thank you very much. I should know this. I did model the damn guns that went on them. You might notice I like 3D printing a little bit. Even though I fucked that one, I'm gonna have to pull that off and start another print in a minute. Ah, that upsets me. Irritates me when things like that fail. Yes, Guillaume, if you're going to be posting links or if you'd like to share something, we have a few channels in the Discord. That is a good place to put them. If you're looking to share pictures, I think I mentioned before, and let me go ahead and mention, since we had a bunch of people just pop in, there's something that we do in this stream that we've been having a lot of fun with. I've been having a lot of fun with. I don't know if you guys have, but I have. Where if you've been working on something during the stream, if you've been painting a miniature, if you've been doing cross-stitch, if you've... anything creative. If you've taken some photographs recently that you like, if you've worked on something last week that you just want to share, I love seeing it. I really love seeing you guys' creativity on this stream. If you pop over into the Discord, we have a channel called Stream Review, where you can put pictures of things that you've been working on, and towards the end of the stream, we go over to it, and we do exactly what it says. We review them, we talk about them a little bit. It's pretty much a good time. No dick pics. But Sentient Pickle, I feel like that's a general rule, you know? Just don't, please... Like, I'm sorry that I have to say this, but I'm just gonna say it one time, please don't show me your genitals. Please don't. I know sometimes you get excited. Sometimes you just want to share. Sometimes you're like, wow, look at that. I've got some pretty nice genitals. Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Anything that's a violation of Twitch TOS. Oh, lordy lord. Dilligat. It's good to know you were contemplating that already. So we've got Palandria here on the left, and we've got Norwest on the right. They each have their own little story in the Arano source book. I went with a much more vibrant scheme for Palandria. I thought that the orange and purple came out pretty decent, and then we did some green stuff for a cockpit hood. What's it called? The armored cockpit hood? I can't remember what the quirk is called now, but he's supposed to have that, so we went ahead and narrowed his cockpit down to just that tiny little piece of glass. And then we've got Norwest, the K2, with a couple of PPCs that we made, that I'm really quite pleased with how they came out. And if you're interested, by the way, in any of the 3D printed parts that I have used for these models, they are all up and available on Thingiverse. If you have a resin printer, you can run them off, no problem. They're all available free. And you can find links for those in the Discord as well. So those are our two catapults. Moving through our heavies, we are down to our mediums. As part of Rampart Company, we have two Shadowhawks. We have Downburst and... oh shit, what's the other one's name? Downburst and Broadwing. That's right. And this one is Downburst, this one is Broadwing. And we did a couple of little mods on this one, specifically on Downburst. It is supposed to have an exposed weapon linkage on the AC-5, which it says in the book it's because it's mounted a little bit too high on... oh, who cares? They're Shadowhawks. My name's Vergadarung, herpity-derpity. I got something for you, Verg. I got something for you right here. That's your face. That's your face getting SRMs. That's what that is. Are they one for one out of the source book? Well, that's an interesting question.
Look, if this conversation gets more about how you feel about something, I'm going to have to start charging you 50 C-bills per hour so I can listen to it.
So the source book doesn't actually show you the paint schemes for any of these mechs. There are a couple. Amax, the Amax, good to see ya. How are things? We're just going over some battlemechs here real quick before I move back to Dooku. They don't actually give you paint schemes in the Arano source book. There are a couple where they mention some specific aspect of it, like on Gecko, which I'm going to show here in a minute. They mention it's got a really bright blue underbelly. So I kind of rolled with that. Like on Kovas, they said it's blue and gray, so I'm like, alright, I'll just make it up. Most of them, they don't say anything about the colors. The only thing they say about the colors... Crossbow Roof, thank you so much. The only thing they say about the colors in the book is that they don't have any unit markings because Rampart Company is a clandestines operation company for House Arano. They do mention some specifics about the mechs and their quirks, like saying that Downburst over here has an exposed weapon linkage from having it mounted too high up on the shoulder. I wasn't really sure how to model that. Everything that I did started to look funny, so I went with exposed ammo chain coming out of the back here, and I think that looks kind of cool for like a periphery level thing, and I went with a different barrel for the AC-5. It also has a command computer, so I put an extra antenna coming out of the shoulder to kind of represent that. Broadwing, that's the red one. Broadwing is a much more standard Shadowhawk, so I just went with a unique pose to kind of set it apart, and I definitely stole, or rather was inspired by, the original paint scheme from Fang of the Sun Dugram, which is where the Shadowhawk originates from as a design. All I really did was take the blue and switch it to red and go with the rest pretty much the same. Repose the AC-5, switch the torso around a little bit from the CGL model, and I think he came out pretty nice. I really like this kind of sort of deep red that we went with on him. Moving on to our other mediums, we have the Beast of Bodmin, a pretty standard Wolverine, whose only real notable mech quirk is that he has reinforced legs for doing death from above attacks, and on this one, I really couldn't think about how to do reinforced legs, so I wound up giving him Forrest Gump-style leg braces. As you can see here, he's got a real run, Forrest, run kind of a thing going on. But, you know, anything to make death from above makes slightly more sense. Now, this color scheme I did take from the Arano source book. This was not specifically on Beast of Bodmin. There's just a picture of a Wolverine in the book. Is there a hair on him? He's been sitting on my desk, getting cat hair all over the damn place. I swear to God, you guys. But I think he came out pretty nice. I ripped part of this scheme from just a generic Wolverine that's in the book, and then I kind of made the colors my own. But I was pretty pleased with how Beast of Bodmin came out. Moving on from him, we have the most recently and finally completed mech from Rampart Company, which is, I'm going to remember his name, Kantos. That's right, the Griffin 1S. We did a modification on him as well, cutting off the PPC and putting on it just gets everywhere. The large laser, 2 medium laser combo, which this is another 3D printed part that I put together and put on his arm. I'm not necessarily super happy with every detail that I put on it. I think it wound up a little bit busy, and I might change it for the next 1S I do, but I think it works decently for him. And then, I don't like cat hair. It's light, fluffy, and it gets everywhere. And the one thing I was not willing to do for the Griffin 1S, which for those of you familiar with the various models of Griffin, was to move the missile launcher to the other side of his head. I did not want to do that. Cat, also, I don't know if you did this already. Would you give Chaotic Harmony a shout out for me real quick? This guy just raided us, and I don't think I remembered to do that, and that is just cruel of me. His missile launcher is supposed to be on the other side of his head, but fuck that. Honestly, like, I looked at how I would have to do that. The missile launcher is, like, built into most of his cockpit. I'd have to cut a round chunk out of it. I'd have to fill in the shoulder. Dilligaff with the follow. Thank you so much. I didn't want to do it. And it doesn't really matter that much. You know, like on the sheet, you know where the missile launcher is. It doesn't have to be on the right side on the model. There's a lot of, I mean, obviously BattleTech isn't what you see is what you get. It never has been. So this is already closer than most of the 1Ss you're going to see on the table. For this color scheme, we went with the suggestion of one of our viewers, Cybran Knight, who suggested using the Power GM color scheme from Mobile Suit Gundam. And I think it turned out pretty well. It's a fairly simple color scheme, and I think that the red worked really nicely. So I'm pretty pleased with old Kantos. So we have a couple of lights left to go to round things out. This is one of the first, in fact, these two are the first ones that I did here. We have a Griffin, not a Griffin, sorry. We have a Locust 1V, and we have a Commando 3, 2, which one is the one with the flamethrower? If you don't
respect the cat, you're gonna get the bat.
You gonna get it. You gonna get it hard. But we have the Locust. What's his name? What's the name of the Locust? Aisling? I want to say it's Aisling. Yeah, Com 3A. Thank you so much. And the Com 3A, which has more SRMs on the arm. And this was one of the first ones I did, and honestly, I don't think it's as well painted as a lot of the other ones are.
Paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around.
See,
150 bottles of paint on the wall.
I don't have to go to Chaotic Harmony stream because I get this. Because I get Chaotic Harmony in my ear constantly. Anyway. So here we have, what is his name? It is Amarok. That's right, that's the name of the commando. Amarok, which if you're not familiar with, is the name of... Oh, he's got a hair on him too. Gross. Oh, it's yucky. Amarok is the name of a wolf spirit from the Inuit. It is the night wolf. It's one of those stories where if someone goes out in the night and they disappear, they never come back to camp, what they say is, oh, well, Amarok took them. Amarok is the great wolf that will take you if you wander away from the campfire. Ooh, spooky. All it says about him in the Arano sourcebook is that it is a former Solaris mech that is outfitted for close combat. Thus, you can see he's got like little brass knuckles on that I put on him, little punchy fists. So he's got battle fists, and then it says that he has bulked up shoulders to give him a more intimidating profile. So I whipped these up and printed them out, and I just, you know, I think that serves the purpose of giving the commando a slightly more intimidating profile. And then he's got a flamethrower mounted there under his arm for good measure. And then we've got Aisling, who's pretty much just stock. I just wanted to go with a more interesting paint job for Aisling. Aisling is Irish? Gaelic? I want to say? Yes, Elder. He's in my ear all the time. It's fucking scary. And a little bit, you know, a little fantastic. I'm not gonna lie. I like having Chaotic around, even when he's not around. But yeah, Aisling is... I can't remember exactly what it is. It's an Irish legend. It's the Dreamweaver or something like that. I don't remember what it was. But I went with some kind of, you know, Celtic knotwork on the hull. I think that kind of brought it together. And then sort of a deep emerald forest green. I thought Aisling came out nice. And then finally, last but not least, because honestly, this is one of my favorites. This is absolutely one of my favorites. KYC. Ashling. Is that right? Is it Ashling? thank you so much. Like, I knew I wasn't pronouncing it right. But then if you look at something Gaelic and you just pronounce it how it looks, you're guaranteed to be getting it wrong. That's like trying to pronounce Welsh words. It's a losing proposition. Because there's going to be a bunch of diphthongs, and they're all going to be pronounced some completely different way. So I appreciate that. Thank you for letting me know, KYC. Ashling is the name of it. That's what I said every time. I never said it wrong. It is, yes, they are very unique languages. And then we have, honestly, one of my favorites. And that is the Locust 1E Gecko. I love how this mech turned out. This is another one that, now I wish that we had our emotes approved already. I put in some new emotes yesterday, and they're still being approved. But when they are approved, our new LOL emote is this guy right here. And Kat got this put together for us, and it is so fucking cool, you guys. It's so cool. If you come back to this stream ever, if you have any reason to come back to this stream at all, make it to see when this emote gets approved, because it's pretty damn great. It really is cool. But this is Gecko, and this is another one where there was a little bit of a description of the paint job in the book. All it really said was that it has a bright blue underbelly. Everything else I just kind of had to make up. And I did the blue underbelly, and that's all well and good and fun, but then I also did kind of on the cheeks of the Locust the same blue, because, to be honest, you can't see. You can't see even its crotch from an upward angle, and I wanted you to be able to see the blue. So we got a little bit of blue, and then I went with, kind of a gecko green, and then I designed and 3D printed these pods for the side to give it the 2 small lasers and the 2 medium lasers, and I really got to say I'm very happy with how this mech came out. It's Kat's favorite, certainly. She gives me a lot of compliments on this, and God knows I do things just to get compliments from my mods. That's half the reason I do anything. This is another one where if you're interested in the pieces for it and you have a resin printer, the pieces are available for free on Thingiverse, and you can print some out for yourself. Or if you know somebody who has a resin printer, you can go ahead and knock these out. Isn't the longest city name in the world Welsh? Probably. And it probably is pronounced nothing like what it fucking... Yeah, there we go. There, I'm speaking Welsh. I hope nobody's offended by that. Let's see what we got. Oh, a Maori name that's 85 characters. Oh, maybe the Maori will give them a run for their money. They certainly have some interesting names. So those 12 mechs comprise? Comprise would be the right word in this form, I believe. These mechs comprise Rampart Company from the Arano sourcebook. And since I got you here, and since you came over from MechWarrior Online, if you're interested, I can show you a couple more mechs. We've got time. We like mechs around here, guys. Wait, where's my mech button? Nope. No, that's not a very good one. I had more.
Like I told my last
that's not it.
I says, honey, I never drive
Kingskin, thank you so much.
Besides that, it's all in the reflexes.
All in the reflexes. But let's go ahead and look at a couple more mechs. Why the hell not? We got the time. Where is Dooku? Oh, he'll be right back on. Don't even worry about it. You thinking about this one, Coral? Because, yeah, that's a delightful one. There's one mech I'd like to show off, and it was a mech that was... Designed is the wrong word. The 3D file was designed by one of our viewers. That would be the very talented... Oh, no. Oh, Chaotic, what have you done? I don't even know if I want to... I mean, I do want to. I'm going to have to see it. I'm going to have to hear it. But we have a mech here that was designed, at least the file was designed by our own very talented Vergaderung, and I want to show it to you. I did a Lance of Eridani Light Horse for a convention scenario game shortly before all the quarantine hooey kicked off. And the scenario was an Eridani Light Horse invasion of the planet Huntress to take down the Smoke Jaguars. And so I had to throw together some ELH. I wound up going for a low model count. It kind of worked against me because my Warhammers died almost immediately, but I've I have to go over and deal with the printer here in a minute, oh Coral, because that print failed. It failed for the second fucking time. Irritating. But hey, it is what it is. I'll start off just showing these two Warhammers that I did for the ELH. We did both of these on stream, and we had a pretty good time doing them. These are Warhammer, not 2Cs. They're the Warhammer 6RCs, the refits, where they took the classic Warhammers, they chopped off the PPCs, they replaced them with large pulse lasers, and then they replaced I think the medium lasers with pulse lasers, and the SRM6s with streak SRM6s. So these are the late war clan refits of the classic Warhammer, several of which had been picked up by Inner Sphere forces, and we use these for Eridani Light Horse. Now these are a file that was on Thingiverse, done by, who was it? Blar, and I want to say maybe Ion Raptor. I think it was Blar who did the original files and Ion Raptor who posed it. Then what I went in is I went in and I cut off the arms and I built these pulse laser pseudo omnipods. I figured it's not an omnimech, but it is a clan refit, so having it kind of have some visual provenance, is that the right word? Visual connection to the omnipod style of clan mechs, I thought really worked in its favor. So we got these two Warhammers. The Annihilator is going through some changes. I was not happy with the work that we did on it last time. I needed to do a little bit more prep work on that, but we'll get back to it. We'll get back to it. And then we had an Archer that also went with this particular lance. This Archer was done by the very talented Sylogy, minus the rear lasers on the back, which were not present and I had to add myself. People doing the files for mechs on Thingiverse tend to forget that there are sometimes lasers on the rear of mechs. And they're not on the MWO files, because for everything Mech Warrior, they took off all the rear-facing weapons, because you can't use rear-facing weapons in Mech Warrior. What are you gonna do? So we have an Archer, we put some lasers on his back, that was a good time. Now this is the one I really want to show you. This Oss Scout is so fucking cool. Vergaderung did this. And it's based on the official artwork for the Oss Scout, but it is just the coolest damn pose. He did a fantastic job on the smoke trail and on the jump jets on the back. And I mean, I feel like I barely did it justice. I was just kind of making it up as I go. I feel like I could do a better job too. I need to paint another one of these here at some point, but... And interestingly enough, in the game we played with Eridani Light Horse, this was by far the most effective mech that I fielded, which is insane. My Warhammers got cored in like 2 turns, just from focused clan fire, which is not very sporting of a clanner, by the way. But this Oss Scout rocketed across the board and just punched and kicked the shit out of the objectives. It was funny as hell. He was impossible to hit and just full of kicks. Just full of kicks. Yeah, I know. I give him a break in that it was the Eridani Light Horse invasion of Huntress. So, you know, what are you gonna do? Pawnburn, with the subscription. Thank you so much, Pawnburn. I appreciate that you enjoy your time here enough to subscribe. Since when did the clans focus fire? Around the time that people started being dicks and not playing them according to the lore. That's when they started focus firing. Which is to say, most of the time. Nanotanks, with the Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you so much, Nanotanks. I hope that you enjoy your time here. I've got a couple more mechs. You guys want to see some more mechs? So we're gonna, here in a minute, we're gonna get back to painting a bit of Star Wars, because that's what we're working on right now. I've got Count Dooku that I'm working on, but we've got a minute. I'll show you a few more mechs, because I know that's what you're here for if you just came from Chaotic Harmony. And we do mechs here quite a lot of the time. In fact, here in the next week, we're going to be getting started on this that I just got in the mail. I mean, it's not BattleTech, but oh man, there are so many mechs in this box, you guys. This is exciting for me. I've never played Heavy Gear Blitz. I've never played any of the Heavy Gear miniature-based games. So that's going to be a good time. Roland, one of our viewers, has been kind enough to fill me in on the lore of Heavy Gear and Terra Nova, so I'm not completely blind on it, but I'm still pretty blind on it. Oh no, I don't know what I dropped, but it dropped all the way to the floor. We'll find out later. I've got some Lao mechs that came out nice. You know how sometimes, maybe you know, maybe you play MechWarrior Online, maybe you paint miniatures, I don't know, you know, tell me. But sometimes, oh god, come on, don't break anything, just grab the thing. Sometimes you spend a lot of time painting a model, and you have a bunch of good ideas for it, and it just doesn't come out the way you imagined it. And sometimes you sit down with some quick-ass speed painting techniques, and you go flam, 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 flam. I don't own a king crab. I do, nameless sunbro. I don't have it here. I could go grab it. Ah, damn it. It's a beautiful king crab, too. It's a Comstar, pure white king crab. And it looks really nice. It really does. You know what I'm gonna give to you? If you want to see the king crab, and this goes for everybody. I think I said before, I'm going to say one more time. In our Discord, we have a stream review channel where I take a look at your artwork, at your just anything you've been doing to be productive or be creative. And we talk about it. And we also have a showcase channel where people tend to post things that they've worked on. If you go into the showcase channel and you scroll up just a little bit, you will find a full company picture of the Comstar mechs that I did for another scenario game a couple of months ago. And in there is a king crab, 2 crabs, there's a Whitworth, there is a Black Knight, the Clanbuster one with the hatchet that looks confusingly like a sword. What else was in that? There's a couple of archers, there's a couple of crusaders, all in Comstar colors. I can't show you the king crab on stream right now, I apologize, it's too far away, physically. But if you're interested in seeing it, in the showcase, on the Discord, you can absolutely take a look. Kat, would you go ahead and hit the exclamation Discord for me real quick? I would appreciate that. Here are some Lao mechs, and like I was saying, sometimes you do a paint job, and you're like, I'm just going to do this real quick, I'm going to do it speedy. And it just kind of comes out fantastic. I really love how these Lao mechs came out. They're meant to be Kamakura's Hussars, and it's just one. It is a single lance that I did to use as Op 4, so I did them very quickly, but I feel like the green came out pretty excellent. We had the 2 catapults that we did, and then we had a pair of locusts. It's a funny little lance. It's a scouty long-range shooty lance. I was particularly pleased with how how at least one of the locusts came out. The other one, there were some questionable choices made by the original modeler. You know, what are you gonna do? Yeah, please do. Please do check out the Discord. And if you've been working on anything creative, please jump into the stream review channel and please post it. I want to see what you're working on. We're going to take a look at the stream review channel. We do this towards the end of every stream to get a feel for what people have been doing during the stream or a little bit before. You can post in there days before, and the next stream, we'll get to it. The only other mechs I really have handy, I've got a couple of Free Worlds Guard mechs, which I'm going to show you for one reason, and that's if you're curious about 3D printing mechs. Many of the mechs I've been showing you have been 3D printed. They were 3D printed on a resin printer. Now, a lot of people ask, can I use an FDM printer like the Ender 3? And the answer is yes. These mechs were done on the Ender 3, an FDM filament printer. You can get them to look pretty damn nice, in my opinion. These were some of the first ones that I did. Now the backs end up looking a little bit like a spaghetti mess. You kind of have to pick and choose which surfaces you want to look nice if you're doing FDM. This could have looked better. Again, these were some of the first prints that I did. It's the same thing on the Orion. He looks pretty nice. He looks pretty nice. You turn him around, he's a bit noodly on the back. It's hard to avoid that on an FDM printer. But this mech, this model, is damn near indestructible. Like, I don't want to do it because it's a nice painted mech. But you could grab him by the arms here and squeeze pretty damn hard before anything's gonna snap. Like, you're really gonna have to try to damage him. That's if you want to. Which, why would you want to damage an Orion? That's crazy. And for a direct comparison, because we're talking 3D printing briefly, I have the same model printed on 2 different printers. We have our Free Worlds Guard Griffin, which was printed on the Ender 3 FDM printer, and then we have the Lyran Guard Griffin, same model. This was printed on the resin printer. And from the front, you almost can't tell the difference. Like, you can in a few small spots if you know where to look. But for the most part, I feel like they look pretty similar. Honestly. Most of the same details are there. Now, if you turn it around, that starts to change a bit. You can see the back of the resin print is much cleaner and much nicer than the FDM. But, you know, this is just if you're curious about whether or not you can get away with printing your own battlemechs on a cheaper printer like $180 Ender 3. Yes, you absolutely can. I love these mechs. That's true for Gatarung. You could go ahead and don't take a flamer to it. No, it's terrible. Poor battlemech. Resin printer. The resin prints are also significantly more fragile than the FDM prints. So, you know, it's a bit of a give and take, but you can get away with it either way. Have I got any other good mechs to show off? I've got a couple of Urbies. They're not terribly exciting. I've got a bunch of mechs out in the game room, but they are out in the game room. You know what I am going to show you, though? I'm going to show you another one by Vergatarung. I haven't painted this one yet. But I need to. Soul Pancake with the follow. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I hope you've been enjoying what you're seeing, and I hope I can bring you quality content. Quality mech content for years to come. Quality mech content like big revving chainsaws. This is just beautiful. Now, it's a little hard to see all the details because there's something about gray resin that it has like light absorbing or light bending qualities like a fucking Predator or something. It really does. Vergatarung put this together. First of all, these missile trails.
There's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
It's difficult to see all the tiny little details in this. Vergatarung, who made this file, has painted one that is on the showcase on the Discord. If you're interested in checking it out, you can see some more of the details. I need to get around to painting this one. But these smoke trails off these missiles are so fucking cool. It looks so good. And he even did, if you look, you can tell which missile fired first, because one of them is a little bit further than all the others, and then they go in kind of a back and forth pattern. Like when you see an actual, like an MLRS, a multiple launch rocket system firing. It'll be just one right after. They don't all go at once. They might go in waves, like the top and then the middle and then the bottom, but it's sort of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like they'll go in a sequence. And you can actually tell what the sequence is on this, ripple fire. Thank you so much, Kingskin. That was the phrase I'm looking for. But you can see the ripple fire in these missiles. It's so fucking cool. And then on top of that, he's memeing. He's memeing hard. He's giving you the and then the sun hits the hilltop just right. When those missiles lock on just right, he's got that pose going on. It's funny as hell. Thank you, Vergatarung. Yes, that's the one. It's delightful. It really is a delight. And he did this one a few times to get the pose just right. And I think he did a good job. I need to get around to painting this one. I really do. I just haven't yet. I mean, I need to get around to painting so much goddamn shit. That's part of what we're doing here. Of course, I've been sitting here talking for a while, not actually painting anything, but we'll see if we can't fix that. Go up there, little archer. So many things to paint. So many things to paint. We got a lot of mech content on here. We got a lot of mech content, but we do some other stuff too. Recently, we have been doing a good amount of Star Wars Legion. I don't know how many of you are Star Wars fans, but there are a lot of Star Wars fans in the world. So, bringing it back to our actual content for today, we are working on Christopher Lee's character from Star Wars Episodes 2 and 3, Count Dooku, or Lord Tyrannus, who is being done in many, many shades of brown, because that is what he wore, is just a whole lot of brown. So, yeah. Let's dig right back into that, shall we? So how's everybody doing today? How was, Yeah, there's also, if you're interested in the files that Vergatarung has made, there is a version of that archer that is just firing the missiles that isn't doing the meme pose. So if you just want the ripple fire missiles, you can have that too. But welcome to everybody coming over from Chaotic Harmony's stream. He was playing MechWarrior Online today, right? He wasn't painting? I didn't see him painting. I like it when he paints, though. I like it when he paints me like one of his French mechs. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. That dude and his MechWarrior Online, I swear to God, like, I watch him play it and I realize how shit I am. Like, I've played MechWarrior Online a few times, and compared to Chaotic, I'm garbage. Just trash. Why did I ever even try? Cry myself to sleep bad. I've been glad that he's been doing more and more painting lately. I've been trying to encourage him to paint more. And he's been doing it. Dancing on my string like the puppet he is. Got a set of the Vallejo metal color paints. They are incredible. Vergaderung, I tend to agree. Tremere, I run an Elegoo Mars resin printer. I won't pretend to be an expert in resin printing. There are people out there who've been doing it a great deal longer than me, who know a great deal more about it than I do. But I can give you personal anecdotes, and my personal anecdote is I was printing things on the Elegoo Mars within 10 minutes of opening the box. So I recommend it. And, I mean, I've done some pretty damn good prints out of it. I was showing last time, and I might as well pull it out because I got here. I've been doing prints for Star Wars Legion recently. Very recently I started doing this. I got some B2 battle droids that I put together just from some files online, and I chopped into poses myself. And these have come out pretty beautifully. What's up, Psycho Dolly? Good to see you. How are things? I've got these... I know, Star Wars Rogue One, they called them mud troopers in the fucking marketing and the action figure sales, but let's face it, they're Imperial Army regulars, you guys. But Skullforge Studios had these STLs for sale, and I picked them up and ran them off on the Elegoo Mars, and they came out amazingly. Like, really, I had no print problems with these whatsoever. I auto-optimized the orientation on the Prusa Slicer and added supports from that, and they... look at this. Look at this madness. They're beautiful. I mean, I gotta get around to painting them, but... oh my god, I threw one on the ground. There's a whole squad of them, and they included the heavy weapons that you would normally get on the snowtroopers, like this flamethrower guy. Here, if you're wondering, this is what a supported model coming off of a resin printer looks like. It's quite a sight, and these are the kind of supports that you have to remove. Editing a lot, very busy. Psycho Dolly, I appreciate you joining us, if only to have me in the background as you do your editing. Cat? Is Cat around? Is Cat here? Cat, would you do me a favor and give a shout out to Psycho Dolly? She used to stream apparently a while ago, and she very recently began streaming again. She is a video editor, I believe. Now, I don't know if she's done any creative streaming so far, and I don't know how fun it would be to watch video editing, but I enjoy her stream from time to time. And her friend Desania Props does some amazing 3D design and prop work. Yes. She is very, very talented. I strongly recommend checking out Desania. I assume it's pronounced Desania. Maybe. B2? You mean the battle droids? I have some of those that are supported here, too. These ones came off the printer this morning, actually. And this one's leg actually didn't print all the... ooh. Okay, so this is interesting. I think I left this guy... oh. Okay. This is a teachable moment. In the same way that you should not leave normal prints overnight in solvents, you should not leave water-soluble resin prints overnight in water, as I am discovering now. Because here's a B2 battle droid that was left overnight in water, in the water-soluble resin, and as you can see, it has simply come apart in a few areas. Big splits. These are ruined. Ruined prints. As a result of leaving the soft, uncured resin in a material that is a solvent for it. Look at it, it's just peeling apart. Nyeh. Whoopsie daisy. No, this is way beyond battle damage, Greg. These are ruined. It's just fracturing into little bits. His whole arm is split here. His whole knee has a split down at here. That's terrible. So, yeah, don't don't leave don't leave your models in things that are solvents for them. I don't know why I did that overnight. I feel like I knew better. I knew better than to do that, and I did it anyway. Thankfully, rather, the nature of 3D printing means I only sacrificed about maybe 50 cents in material for all 3 of them. No big deal. That's okay. But, you know, if you don't leave it in there, you can get some really nice prints. I just did this Agent Callus yesterday. I don't know if you guys watched Star Wars Rebels, but Agent Callus was a pretty cool character. He got a Hell in the Pacific episode. This print came out real nice. This is another one from Skullforge Studios. I'm really a fan of his work. Alright, let me put these guys away. Use them as ruined bits for... Okay, that is a good idea. That is a fantastic idea, actually, Greg. I think I'll probably do that. For those of you who are specifically interested in mechs and have no interest in Star Wars, I would encourage you to check out the rest of the streams that we do. We tend to go from one subject to another over the course of the week, and we generally get some, if not BattleTech, at least mecha-centric content in the form of, here in the near future, Heavy Gear, and also Revelations, which is a Kickstarter for a miniature game going on right now. But we always come back to mechs eventually. And by we, I mean me, because it's really just me.
You could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's
I
not
will.
Like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I will glorb any damn place that I please. Getting resin here is expensive. Yeah, Psycho Dolly, I could imagine. I have the benefit of living kind of in the middle of the continental United States, next to an Amazon distribution center, which both means that when Amazon sends out their drones to install our mandatory Project Dark Fox with the biddies, dropping some biddies right on my head. Thank you so much. It also means, I mean, I get things very quickly, and I generally have access to almost anything that they sell at lightning speed, which is nice. It also means that when they send out the Amazon drones to install our mandatory mind control chips, I will be among the first to fall to the Amazon army. You know, but by that point I probably won't care. They'll hit the Prime customers first, so I'll go down like immediately. I don't know if I want to do any more on his tunic. I'm going to do a tiny little bit on the edge of his tunic where it buttons over. Just because there is supposed to be a break there. And then I'm going to hit this with Strong Tone from Army Painter, and I'm going to let it sit for a bit, because I'd like to darken it quite a bit. I don't know, yeah, I for one welcome our new Amazon overlords. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the intricacies of Count Dooku's costume, but it's a very rich combination of, there's a dark brown, and then on top of that there's a sort of a dark brown, and then worn on top of that on the cloak there's a sort of a darkish brown, if you're picking up the theme. So it's a bit tricky. I like Army Painter shades, by the way. I don't know how many of you are miniature painters, but we all have our paints that we sort of gravitate to, and I'm a fan of a lot of what Army Painter brings to the table. Oh yeah, this is going to work nicely. This is going to work very nicely, I can tell already. Alright, 1970s fashion, brown is the best. And you know, that's probably what they were going for. They're like, Dooku is sort of, he's like the boomer of Jedis. Jedis, that's already plural. He's like a boomer Jedi. Boomer Sith. So he's rocking the height of the 70s fashion. That, and of course Star Wars has its roots in the 70s. I wish they legit gave him a Dracula costume. They almost gave him a Dracula. I mean, they let him wear a cape, for God's sake. You know how many people in Star Wars wear capes? It's pretty much Darth Vader and Lando Calrissian. I think later on they let, what's his name, Orson Krennic, they let him wear a cape. But pretty much, it's Darth Vader and... yeah, that is my tele... You know what, I'm going to shut that down. It's not supposed to be. I'm usually better about not leaving this stuff on. Boom. There, no more Telegram. Okay, Boba wears a cape. Well, okay, but Boba's cape is different. No capes. One rule, no capes. Boba Fett's cape is more of a... I mean, I would almost define the capes that I've been talking about as almost cloaks. whereas Boba Fett's is more of an actual cape, like over one shoulder. I think that's fair to say. So maybe the truest thing to say is that the only person who wears a cape is Boba Fett. What are you talking about, Manro? Who are you talking about? Who's wearing a cape? Luke also wore a cape / Wait, when did Luke wear a cape? Obi-Wan wore a robe. He did not wear a cape. And Luke never wore a cape. What are you talking about? He also wore robes. I just watched episode 3 and Obi-Wan did not wear a cape. This is nonsense. He did no. Oh, shit. Oh, Greg, you're right. Luke wore a cape in Mos Eisley very briefly. He didn't. You guys are lying. You are lying. He did not. No. Okay. I know what you're talking about. That was also a cloak. That had a hood. That was not a cape. That was not... shit. No, those were not capes on Endor. Those were, like, camo cloaks or ponchos. I will argue this to my fucking death. I'm telling you. Yeah, those were ponchos on Endor. Morgul just used a word that I don't know, but I assume it is defining a very specific sort of garment. That is probably accurate. Hang on, I want to keep this from pooling or leaving any tide marks. I was kind of not paying enough attention for a minute there. Syllogy's Viking mech look. Most of Syllogy's stuff is really quite nice. Star Wars wasn't even 2 hours. Could have kept that scene in. Yeah, they could have put a lot of scenes in, as a matter of fact. I maintain that the only true capes that have been worn in Star Wars have been, like, Boba Fett and Lando Calrissian. I will make allowances to say that Darth Vader wore a cape. I will make an allowance to say that Christopher Lee wore a cape. They're still more like cloaks, but they're very cape-like. The real point being that you have to be kind of a badass in Star Wars to pull this look off. Now I need to work in a bit of a highlight for the pants, which are a similar brown but very slightly different. They're going to wind up looking mostly the same when all's said and done, but, you know, for the sake of my own homage to Christopher Lee, I'd like to differentiate it slightly. Is this bottle of paint empty? It doesn't seem like it should be empty. There we go. Nope, that is mostly empty. Okay, that's my old linen white, pretty much giving up the ghost. We're going to move over to bleached linen, which is similar. Actually, no, we're going to go the opposite direction. Into desert sand. I think that'll make a nice highlight. I would wear... Well, yeah, Kat, but you wear a cape anyway. A lot of people don't know this, but Kat wears a cape every single day of her life. Grievous, again, like, that's an arguable cape. It's more of a cloak. I'm really going with cloak on Grievous. I had somebody write about my Grievous that I posted. It wasn't really about my Grievous, it was just kind of a comment about Grievous. It doesn't matter what Jyn Erso wore because Jyn Erso is a stupid character. So I won't acknowledge that. Senator Organa, again, I'm calling that a cloak. I'm calling it a cloak. Factually incorrect. Oh, Greg. You know how I feel about Rogue One. You don't need to provoke it out of me. Rogue One. Was the beginning of the end. And by the beginning of the end, I mean the beginning of many ends, because Star Wars has been ending over and over again for like 30 years. But like an abused spouse or an Alzheimer's patient, I just keep coming back. Oh, that was tasteless. Guys, that joke was awful. Why did I say that? I feel terrible. That's what happens when I don't have a filter. I say tasteless and disgusting things, and nobody should reward me for that. I apologize to anyone who was offended by my content. I'm kind of a tasteless guy, though. For God's sake, one of my primary things that I play on this channel.
50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Exhibit A. QED. Here you go. Female and male leads more wooden than a plank from Ed, and Eddie, which was in fact a plank. A slap in the face to the Dark Forces and Cal Katarn fans. I agree with that. Decanonized everything they did. Yeah. They really did. I'm excited about that, Okorol, I am. And the only character I remember for that is K2SO. That's because that was the incredibly talented Alan Tudyk. I believe I'm pronouncing that right, but I may be wrong. Someone can correct me if they know how to pronounce his name properly. I like that guy a lot. Pawnburn, so offended that he's going to bed. I hope you don't go to bed mad. I hope you never go to bed mad. You know, it's not good for you. It's bad for you. Pawnburn, thank you so much for making it out today, for hanging out with us for a little while, for putting up with my bullshit. Most of all, for putting up with my bullshit. Chat, would you wish a good night to Pawnburn? He's in here a lot. He's a good dude. I assume Pawnburn is a dude. I don't know, maybe I'm saying more offensive things. It's possible. I went a little bit too far on the pants. A little bit too far on the pants. Tudyk. Tudyk. Have you guys seen, shit, what is it, Doom Patrol? With old Alan Tudyk in it? As Mr. Nobody? Because that shit's fucking amazing. It's... I have very rarely enjoyed Alan's performances as much as I enjoyed him as Mr. Nobody. I gotta chill on these pants. I'm adding too many highlights. I want them to stay pretty dark. Real thinned out highlights only. That's pretty good. Similarly thinned out here. And I think the wash is going to bring it together. I don't do a lot of fabric painting, so, you know, bear with me as I sort of muddle my way through this. I need to do some work on the cloak. Oh hell, what brown did I use for the cloak? It wasn't Ready Flesh. It wasn't Nut Brown. It was Saddle Brown. That's right. Well, shit, where's my sound? OTR Wolf Dog, I couldn't tell you, man. Less smooth lines and more hashes. Now, I did the hashes for Obi-Wan. I did the hash marks for Obi-Wan, and I admit they came out excellent, I feel like. I really am quite pleased with how this came out for Obi-Wan's robes, but at the same time, Obi-Wan's robes are kind of a rough spun linen, whereas Dooku's clothing is more of, it looks more like wool. You know? Yeah, but that's not the texture of wool. Hash marks are not the texture of wool, they're the hash marks of rough spun linen. I mean, I'm arguing something that doesn't fucking matter, admittedly. But when have I ever argued something that did matter? Ask yourself that, Greg. The Rebel Alliance got up and quit right afterward. My biggest complaint about Rogue One. On the technical side of things, I would complain that the first act of Rogue One is one of the messiest first acts I have ever seen in a film, under any circumstances, fucking ever. Like, just crazy messy. technically speaking. We jump from planet to planet, to location, just bing, bang, boom, bouncing from one to the next, never with a chance to slow down and learn anything about where the hell we are or what the hell we're doing. And that annoyed me, it really did. Like, I don't know why they bothered introducing half of the locations. For Vergaderung, I'm planning on doing a patent leather thing on the boots. And a specific thing that I want to do, a detail that I picked out, I saw it on another Dooku, is because he wore patent leather boots, I'm going to try to do like the reflective black, and I want to reflect the lightsaber blade in the boot. I don't want to do a bunch of glow all over his body, because lightsabers don't glow that much, but I feel like the vertical reflection of the lightsaber blade in the boot kind of helps to sell it. I think that's going to be nice, assuming I can pull it off. We'll see. I mean, that's true, WJ, but my real problem with it is that, for instance, that world that we go to where, what's-his-name, Cassian Andor shoots one of his contacts. First of all, that was one of the most interesting developments in Star Wars in a long time, by my estimation. We were like, ooh, we're getting into some of the ambiguity of the Rebel Alliance. Interesting. But they didn't do anything with that, really. They didn't really develop Cassian all that much as a character. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that as my highlight. I'm going to mix another one. Didn't quite come out the way I wanted it to. It came out too yellow, and I don't want it to be yellow. Where'd my saddle brown go? There it is. It's that there was that planet where the city where he shot his contact, and it was basically just Nar Shaddaa, which is a very well-known Star Wars location, but they gave it some stupid other name. And they called it something else, and I was left wondering, why? Why don't you just say, here's Nar Shaddaa? Just toss a fucking bone to the Star Wars fans, guys. You don't need to make up new locations. Read Catalyst before seeing Rogue One, made more sense then, and I don't doubt that it probably did, but I would propose that if you have to read a prequel book to a movie to understand the movie, that's a poorly written movie. That's fair, Cat. That's perfectly fair. I'm going to say one thing, and then I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to move away from complaining about Star Wars, which is a bold move for me, because that's like 90% of my content is bitching about Star Wars. I am going to propose that the final scene in the movie that everybody likes, and watch, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to lose half my audience. The scene where Darth Vader kills all the Republic troopers, all the Rebel troopers, was dumb. It was dumb. It didn't make any sense. It didn't make any damn sense at all. It just made Anakin look like a complete boob who was terrible at his job. As he stood there and fucked around hacking down troopers while they pulled a relay race to the end of the hallway and just got away with the only thing that he showed up to get. Greg, you son of a bitch. OTR Wolfdog with the continuation, thank you so much. Yeah, I am a big fan of Pacific Rim, and I am not a big fan of Pacific Rim Uprising, let me tell you. That movie was bad. Real bad. It hurts me to even say that, because I really do love Pacific Rim. Now that's an important point. As I sit here and I complain about movies, know this about me. I unironically love Pacific Rim. So that information may be important to you in order to discount anything that I say. Because a lot of people do not agree with me on that. And I mean, I love Pacific Rim, you guys. I saw Pacific Rim something like 6 times in theaters. Just wrap your head around that. Trying to make Vader badass after the prequel and give the criticism of Vader. I mean, I get why. Here's the thing. Yeah, fucking knife head. Oh. To make my critique more positive, imagine that scene with Vader, and imagine these changes, okay? Just these changes. Everything else is the same. But there's no data disk in the hands of a rebel trooper. What happens is the scene periodically cuts away to, say, Admiral Raddus, for instance, who was on board the ship, and the bridge of the ship that they were on. And as Darth Vader is hacking his way through rebel troops on his way to the bridge, the people on the bridge are in a panicked state, receiving the transmission from the surface of Scarif, repackaging it, reconfiguring their comms array, and sending it to the Tantive 4, which is nearby. The Tantive 4 is, by the way, not some kind of fucking escape pod, because that also makes no sense. It's its own ship, because it is, elsewhere in the flotilla. And they transmit it to the Tantive 4 in the moments before Darth Vader cuts through the door into the bridge and murders Admiral Raddus. That's a better scene. It just is. It's a better scene that makes more sense. And this is one of the most impotent complaints I can possibly level, because that movie did very well and people liked it. And my complaints mean nothing to anyone. I just wish that someone else had thought of that, that's all. Instead, I couldn't really enjoy the scene because the whole time I'm thinking, wait, why aren't you just grabbing the dude with the disc and taking it? Why are you even bothering with any of this shit, Anakin, you idiot? Maybe the answer is that Anakin is genuinely an idiot. I don't know, that could be. He is a bit of a boob. But then I like to think he was more competent as Darth Vader, not less competent. But okay, Cat, I'll stop complaining about Star Wars. You're right. It's negative energy and I don't need it. And ultimately, it's fruitless. The movie was made, you guys. The movie was made and the movie did well. It made money. So clearly my complaints are pretty meaningless. Again, I only make them because I do love Star Wars. Star Wars is a fundamental component of who I am. It's a building block of my imagination. It cemented itself there when I was a child. When I first fell in love with Empire Strikes Back and with A New Hope. And it's not going to go anywhere. Never going to change. No matter how dumb it gets, I'm going to keep coming back to it. Yeah, and see, Morgul, that's the thing. It was an awesome scene. Like, just the visuals of it were a fantastic fucking scene. I love watching Vader cut people apart, and that's why it annoys me that there's a bit of it that I'm like, yeah, but there's something bothering me here. I just wanted to enjoy it, and it was hard for me. Maybe because I'm a nitpicking bitch. Maybe. I'm not gonna deny that. I pick a nit, man. If I see a nit, I pick it. I like it. It's like when you got a cold sore inside your mouth, you know? And you just keep chewing on it. You gotta bite it. You gotta just chew on it. Oh, it's that good kind of pain. You hate it, but you love it. It's exactly that. That's what I'm doing. Maybe I'm sick. So what color is your saber? Yellow.
You know, I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Now, to be fair, I'm not trying to get inside the lines. Only movies that are bad and lose money are great. Cats is the greatest movie ever made and ever will be made. Did you hear that, Pixie Wing, the butthole cut was apparently real? There was a butthole cut of Cats where the cats had buttholes. I never thought I'd say that sentence. But there it is. Now you can't unhear it, as far as I know. I don't hate that movie, Hethrier. I just hate Elton John. And even that's not fair. I don't hate Elton John. I just strongly dislike Elton John. He's coarse, rough, and irritating, and he gets everywhere. I enjoy vast portions of The Road to El Dorado, just not the many, many times that Elton John is singing in it. That's all. You don't have to agree with me on that. Many people like Elton John, otherwise the man wouldn't have an incredibly long and successful career. It's just that none of the money he's earned has ever come from me. Except maybe those initial tickets to see The Road to El Dorado. But that was a long time ago, and I think I can be forgiven. This highlight's actually working out pretty well. It's going to get a wash, but I'm liking the color. I'm not going to do any more down here. I'm going to be pushing my luck if I do. I'm not sure what wash I'm going to put on this yet. I don't want to spoil the kind of chocolatey brown that it has. You know what it is? It's the color of rich chocolate Ovaltine. Maybe I'm just hungry. Atlantis was underrated. Well, that's just true, WJ. Same thing with Kylo Ren holding the blaster bolt frozen. It's badass, but it wasn't possible in ILM in the early days, and I don't even fault them for stuff like that. For stuff where it's like, we wanted to do it, but we couldn't. Like, that's the thing. When your biggest MacGuffin, your conceit is there are people in space with space magic. Like, yeah, you can do whatever you want, ultimately. It would just be nice if you paid some attention to internal consistency for the sake of your fandom. The blaster bolt freeze wasn't even that bad. It was cool. It looked neat. It didn't actively rip me out of the movie. No more than a lot of other things in that movie did, anyway. The Force Awakens had its problems, and Kylo Ren's wild powers weren't really one of them. In my opinion. I know a lot of people didn't like that movie for other reasons. You know, The Force Awakens would have been okay if the potential that it represented had been lived up to. The problem was that it wasn't. And you wind up kind of disliking it in retrospect. Because we now have, in hindsight, that's the phrase I'm looking for, because we now have hindsight. We can look back on it and go, yeah, that would have been cool if it had ever paid off, and now we know it won't pay off. It was cool as long as you thought there was the potential for payoff. Now that there isn't, it's not cool anymore. Rich artisanal chocolate. Dude, Treasure Planet is really good. Treasure Planet, it wasn't done by the same studio, but Titan AE is a personal favorite from that era. I like Titan AE a lot. It is like a rich artisanal chocolate, isn't it? It's making me want to take a bite out of it. I'm going to do another highlight on the shoulders, though. I need to bring it up just a bit more. Without losing that rich, chocolatey flavor that we've got to it. Which I think a flesh tone is going to keep it. Titan E was badass. Does Disney own El Dorado now? Disney owns everything now. Disney owns a piece of you now. You just don't realize it. I feel like with Disney and Star Wars, what I'm watching is just a macabre display where someone took, like, the corpse of my childhood and they, like, shoved the tube up its ass, and now they're just pumping it full of money and recording the sort of juddering, stuttery movements that it makes as they continue to pump, you know? Steiner Miniatures, it's funny you should ask. Titanfall fucking rules. Titanfall is so goddamn good. BT7274 is one of my favorite characters in the last 10 years. I loved Titanfall 1, even though it was just multiplayer. I played the shit out of it. I love the Titanfall 2 story. I feel like the campaign is one of the tightest experiences for a single-player, first-person shooter campaign I've ever played. The pacing is right, the environments are unique, the powers are introduced and then used well, and then in some cases taken away before they get kind of cloying. I love you just saying, what do you think of Titanfall? By the way, that's what Steiner Miniatures sounds like. That was a perfect impression of his voice, in case you're wondering. You just saying that makes me want to play Titanfall 2 again. Like, that's all it took. I can't praise Titanfall enough. I use Titanfall as my example of when I start complaining about BattleTech. One of my complaints, because you know I've always got a complaint. One of my complaints about BattleTech is the way that they made the mechs move in MechWarrior and how that's kind of stuck to the franchise, whether people want it or not. But they have that kind of lock-limbed, you know, arms locked at 90 degrees at the side, running just kind of straight up and down. And I get why that happened. It was because they were making a video game out of something that was entirely in the imagination, and they were making it in, what, the late 80s, early 90s? So there were technical limitations. There was a mold line right on top of his cloak that I missed, and I'm just going to have to paint over it. That's okay, I'll live. I get why they did it, but it was unfortunate. This is the same reason that there are no rear-facing weapons in MechWarrior. Because it doesn't work unless, like, rear-facing weapons work if you've got a bunch of sensors and a Neuro helmet, like in the universe, but nobody has that. That's not realistic. We have a keyboard and a fucking monitor, so we can't do that. So they changed it. Okay, that's fine. But since then, those limitations have gone away, in large part. Not all of them, but the movement one has. And yet we stick to it because that's just the way that it's been done. Now, what I'm getting at here, as I ramble incoherently for an extended period of time, is that the way the Titans move in Titanfall is much more like T-pose to assert dominance. The way the mechs move in Titanfall is much more like I always imagined the mechs moving in BattleTech. It's much more smooth and fluid. Which makes sense to me, because why the fuck else would you invent things like the Neuro helmet and the mech gyro if you were just going to move all stiff? The advantage, in my mind, of having a mech over having a tank has always been that fluid, reactive motion and balance. Ultimately, all I'm saying here is Titanfall fucking rules, and you should check it out. Like, seriously, if you haven't played Titanfall 2 and you're watching this stream right now and thinking, maybe I'll check it out, jump on EA Origin or whatever the fuck it's on and buy it. It's usually on sale for like $5. For $5, you could play one of the coolest first-person shooters to come out in the last 10 years. I don't know if I'm gonna put a wash on the cape and let it set before I come back and do any more highlighting. I might end up doing a couple washes. We'll find out. What do I want to do? Which of these tones is going to be best? Probably it's going to be light tone, mid-brown, or soft tone. I'm going to put some in my palette to get a look at them first. Soft tone is very brown. Mid-brown I feel like is too red. Let's see. Mid-brown is very red. Light tone is kind of yellowish. But I feel like that's going to maintain the chocolatey color I got here, so I think I'm going to go with a watered-down light tone. Do you use a magnifying glass, or is that your camera in front of you? Haha! Is that a camera in front of you, or are you just glad to see me? That's my camera. You know what I do to get a real good look at minis up close? I hold it right here and I go. That's my strategy. It works really well. For me, right now, until I get any older, and then it's going to be going downhill. Single player is worth it. Multiplayer is still fun. I agree. I like the multiplayer pretty well, but the single player is worth the $5 entry fee in a big way. Yeah, this light tone is definitely going to be the color I want. It's kind of it's a little yellow, but I feel like that yellow is going to work well with the brown, and it shouldn't overpower anything. Oh, Coral with the biddies. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, man, keeping me afloat. I don't want too much of it. I definitely want it thinned out. This is really just to tie some of the colors together. Blend a little bit. Yeah, post it up in the Discord. Let people take a look at it. It's always easier to give color advice looking at something than hearing about something. Color is... I realize I'm about to say one of the dumbest and most redundant things I've ever said on the stream. I was about to say, color is very visual. Yeah, of fucking course it is. God damn, my insights are not insightful at all. Eventually I'm going to get better at painting cloaks than I am, but until then you're just going to have to deal with what I've done here. And yeah, it's a cloak. It's cape-like, but come on, it's a cloak. I mean, it doesn't have a hood. I guess that does sort of set it apart. It just has a mantle over the shoulders. A little bit of debris there for whatever reason. Must have been on my palette. Let's pull that off. I don't want anything to pool too much. I think that's going to work out pretty decently once that sets. Rip Thunderhead. What did I do? Try some Dazzle Camo. Oh shit, Rip Vergata. Desaturate some reds into a red-gray. Huh, that could be interesting. Reds are fun. They can be, anyway. They can also be a pain in the ass. There's so many options you can go with. Ragnar Spaz with the follow. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that you're having a good enough time to want to see this again. I'm a little surprised. But, thank you. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. I think that's going to look nice once it's set. Oh, hang on. A little bit more debris I want to pull out before anything dries. That must have come off of some white paint that dried on my palette earlier. I think it just left me with a couple of little flakes of white paint that I didn't quite tend to before I started mixing. That's something to look out for. And I think a brown liner... Yeah, brown liner is going to help with differentiating the mantle from the larger part of the cloak. I'm not hating this brown. I'm not hating this brown that we wound up with on his chest. It's dark, but it's not necessarily too dark. And I think I'm going to use some of the mid-brown, which is very red, on his pants. Because they are meant to be a different brown than his tunic. It is a tunic. Yeah, he wears a tunic. It's like a button-over tunic, but it's a tunic. I just don't want to use strong tone everywhere. I like his pants to look like they're slightly different. Once that darkens, I think it'll be good. You tried to say something insightful, but it wasn't. Oh, that was the rip me. Yeah, no, I get that. Oh, guy, you know what? Thank you. Both my lips and my throat are dry, and you would think I would think of that myself. What am I doing for the inside of the cloak? So the inside of the cloak is the most different brown that he has on him. It's, okay, in the movie, it's really just like a softer chocolate brown than the outside of the cloak. On the Hot Toys model and in the comic books, it's much more of a yellow color. And then in Revenge of the Sith also, it's a little bit more of a yellow color. He flips back his cloak in both movies, and it's a different cloak each time, I'm pretty sure. Because either that or they did the color balancing differently. Because in Revenge of the Sith, it's much more of a golden brown. And that's what I think I'm going to go with. In fact, I pulled out... What is it? I think I was in a toss-up between rich leather and polished leather, but I think I'm going to start with rich leather.
Coal gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids,
No, I'm not going to do that.
I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first."
No, Thunderhead! That's the dumbest fucking thing. What? What? Too much brown. Vergaderung, I didn't make this decision. Okay? It's not like I said, let's put Christopher Lee in a bunch of brown. You know who said that? George Lucas. All I'm doing is trying to make George Lucas's decisions seem slightly less stupid, which is a job that many men have tried to do over the years. I am only a man. And I can only go so far. So I am going to start with some Reaper rich leather, which I think is about where I want to be for the inside of the cloak. Let's mix it up, let's put it down, and see how we like it. Because that's always the best way to find out that you're doing something stupid, is to listen to chaotic harmony. Paint it pink. You know, there are a lot of models where I will accept your flippant attitude, chaotic harmony, but this is Christopher Lee, sir. You will show respect. I mean, you don't have to, but I will. Count Dooku likes hitting up them clubs. You want to buy some death sticks? I don't want to sell you death sticks. I want to go home and rethink my life. We're bringing a red-brown. So the red-brown is going to... We got a little bit of a red-brown on his pants here, you can see. And there's going to be a little bit of a red-brown on his belt. That's what. That's where the red-brown's probably going to come in. But I really want to do this sort of gold and yellow brown for the inside of the cloak, because that is what he wore in Revenge of the Sith. The two options are a soft chocolate brown or a golden yellow brown, and between those two I'm going with the golden brown. Anyone do models of the Inquisitors? I don't know that they have, at least I haven't seen any. I admit, I would paint the Grand Inquisitor, I liked him. I never liked the fucking helicopter sabers, those were stupid, but the Inquisitors were okay as characters. Totally sounds like a drug in the Star Wars. Yeah. Didn't Dracula go clubbing in Dracula 1970? It depends on which Dracula we're watching, but yeah, Dracula's gone to clubs a few times. In the most recent Dracula incarnation, the one from BBC, which I really quite enjoyed, there's a great scene where... do I spoil it? I don't feel like it's that big a spoiler, because not that many people watched it, but if you're gonna watch it, it is kind of a spoiler. Maybe I'll just shut my damn mouth. Yeah, Christopher Lee Hammer era. Somebody did an illustration of what Count Dooku probably looked like when he was a Jedi, and they used pictures of Christopher Lee from the Hammer film era. And they gave him... Hey, what's up, Ren No Ribs? Good to see you. They gave him a green lightsaber, and it looked really cool. I thought that was really neat. That's one of the pieces of reference art I have pulled up. I don't know why I'm not going to use it, but I thought it was neat. Well, that's the why right there. I thought it looked neat. Spoiler for what? Dracula. The one that came out just a couple months ago on BBC? I guess it was late last year. I don't want to spoil it because I liked it. I really quite enjoyed it. And if you're going to watch it, what I would be saying would be a pretty big spoiler for the first few episodes. Yeah, Kat saw it. And Kat, you know the line I'm talking about, and you know why it's such a damn spoiler, because there's a jump in the middle of the show where some things change, and I didn't necessarily see it coming, but it's pretty cool. He just makes a remark about he always knew that the future would bring wonders, but didn't realize it would make them commonplace. See, I feel like that golden yellow works, right? Since we have an all-brown palette, that actually kind of diversifies things a little bit. What do you think about that? Now, it doesn't have any highlighting done on it at all yet. That's just the base yellow. Right? I think that this... is all this really necessary gestures to the bats? when he comes out of the wolf cat, when he comes out of wolf form, that is one of my favorite representations of Dracula, right there, because it you know, he turns into a wolf in the books. The book, really. There's one book, and they have him do that in the show, and then they have him transform from a wolf into a man, and it's fucking disgusting. Like, you see human fingernails tear their way out of a wolf, and a naked man rip himself out of its guts, and it's just repellent. But Dracula was supposed to be repellent. He's supposed to stink of the grave, for God's sake. Right, Chaotic? I really think that yellow is the right way to go. I'm sorry, Cat. It was gross. It was really gross. But I appreciate when people... I'm not a fan... Alright, it's not fair to say I'm not a fan. I am a fan of parts of the Anne Rice vampire mythos. I really am. I have enjoyed those books over the course of my time as a person who reads books. That's a terrible sentence that I just said. I have enjoyed Anne Rice's books in the past. I have enjoyed the stories, I have enjoyed the characters. I have enjoyed Louis, I have enjoyed Lestat, I have enjoyed Armand. If I'm being forced to choose, I'll choose Bram Stoker's version of vampires. Bram Stoker's version of vampires is a much more disgusting one. Bram Stoker's Dracula was a vile, disgusting, repellent creature who only appeared to be attractive in some of the most superficial ways, but in truth everything about him was vile. He stank of the grave. He was a flesh-eating beast. The bottom of this is not quite coming in how I want it to, so I'm trying to soften it with some water. This is all going to need some highlighting, but that's okay. The color looks good. Dracula 2000 or Dracula 3000? I want to say I did. Didn't one of those have the guy from Judge Dredd who played Judge Lex? The South African actor. I'm pretty sure it had him in it. One of them did. I can't remember his name now, which isn't very helpful. Langley Kirkwood. I'm pretty sure one of them had Langley Kirkwood in it. Alright, our basic browns are coming together pretty decently, I think. I'm gonna leave most of that alone for a little bit. I need to start working on the boots, and the boots are gonna be tricky, because I want them to be black. Like patent leather black. Did another car today. Oh, that's right. Ren No Ribs does a lot of Gaslands. Yes, and very much less sexual. In fact, that's what I... Like, there was sexuality in the original Dracula, but it was always to lure people in so he could consume you like a predator. Like, Dracula doesn't have sex with you. He seems all sexy and cool, and then you get lured in, and then he rips your fucking throat apart and exsanguinates you. It's sort of like, it's almost identical to my dislike of the direction they've gone with Poison Ivy in the DC universe. I'm going to do the same yellow on the belt, and then I'm going to move it towards red with some washes, I think. But I want to repeat that yellow a little bit. It's my same complaint that I have about the direction they've taken Poison Ivy in the DC universe. And that is that Poison Ivy isn't really meant to be a sexual creature that has sex with anyone. Poison Ivy is meant to be a predator. She appears sexual, she appears alluring, in the same way that an exotic, dangerous plant appears alluring. In the same way that, you know, a pitcher plant is, in its shape, very vaginal. It's meant to be brightly colored and pretty to draw you in so that it can fucking eat you. And that was my impression of Poison Ivy from the early days, was that, yeah, she is meant to draw you in and put you at ease so that she can kill you, not so she can bang you. That seems to... Yeah, she's a plant. She's asexual. She is a predator. She's a meat eater. And nowadays she, like, you know, she bangs Harley Quinn all the time or something. I did see The Strain. I enjoyed The Strain up to a point. The last episode of The Strain I watched was... How do I say this without spoiling things? When that one female character who I liked got jammed in the wrist by one of the stingers, and that goddamn kid was being used as a pawn. I pretty much stopped watching it after that, but I was very much enjoying the show up to that point. I thought their version of the Striga was cool as hell. I'm really a little bit lost on how to do these boots. Honestly, guys, I think I'm about to pull out some Coal Black. I think it might be time for Coal Black. Okay, WJ, it's fair to say that the plants do have sex, but they don't have sex with mammals.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first.
I am thinning it, Chaotic. You know how I know that plants have sex? Because right now, outside, plants are having sex, and I keep fucking sneezing. That's why. That's why I know for sure. I'm adding some water to my wet palette because it's dried out a little bit over the course of the stream. And my parchment paper is starting to curl a little bit, and I don't want that to happen. I'm gonna have to replace this after this stream. Yeah, the kid made me stop watching the stream. The kid was terrible. The kid was fucking awful. The dude, the exterminator, was a great character. I loved him. I thought he was cool as hell. I need to mix in a tiny bit of actual black to my coal black. I, too, suffer from plant sex. In the spring. Ren No Ribs knows nothing about pop culture. That's impressive. We're almost nothing but pop culture here. It's pretty much all we do here is complain about, talk about, whine about pop culture. Maybe we can educate you, Ren. Maybe you can glean some of our loserdom from us, just through osmosis. Make it deep black, and then put in the shine and reflection. That's what I'm thinking, Verg, but the deep black I'm going to use is going to have a little bit of blue in it. Just a little bit of blue. And you know what I'm thinking? What I'm thinking is how black leather is often illustrated in comic books, where it just acquires a little bit of a blue. A little bit of a blue. And this is almost perfect for that. It's just so slightly blue. I'm going to put it on the back of his boot first, so that if I don't like it, I can stop myself. Yeah. It's nearly black, but it's not quite there. And what that gives me is a little bit of leeway to use the pure black as a shadow. I think that is, to be fair, a little bit more complex of an issue than that, WJ. That whole life cycle is a complex one. Pollination. And, what is it called? Colony collapse syndrome? According to fucking Blade Runner whatever, we just have to make robot bees or something. And then give Jared Leto some floating eyes and drag Harrison Ford out of the grave to make him reprise a role that never needed to be reprised. I won't do it. Okay, I'm not going to bitch about Blade Runner. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. It's not going to happen. Moving on. Too many people like Blade Runner. That is one of my hottest
Look,
takes.
if this conversation gets more about how you feel about something, I'm gonna have to start charging you 50 C-bills per hour so I can listen to it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I maintain 50 C-bills ain't bad. It seems like a pretty good price for therapy. Robot bees. Yep, that happened. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna bitch about Blade Runner. I'm not gonna do it. Did that happen in Black Mirror also? This is the quality content. This is why people come to the stream. Right there. That fucking noise I just made. I'm a few seasons behind on Black Mirror. It's a great show. I love the show. I can't give you a reason that I haven't watched the last few seasons, except it just hasn't happened. I think the last time I went to watch Black Mirror, I wound up watching Love, Death, and Robots, which I don't regret. Now, see, this is the black. You see what I mean? It's not pure black. It's slightly blue. But I think it works better. And I realize that patent leather is very much like true black, but I think of painting miniatures as more akin to painting or making like comic book characters than trying to paint something truly photorealistic. And in the comic books, they almost always use a blue for their blacks, because black is just black and it has no depth, and it's hard to give it depth without going into whites. Scientist is going to dinner, so I'll go back to bitching about Star Wars. Alright, Kat, thank you so much for hanging out. I don't know if we'll still be going when you get back, but I hope to see you again. Have not seen 2049 yet. Dark Fox, it's not a bad movie. Part of my problem with it is that I don't like Hans Zimmer as a composer. And I get very attached to the music in properties that I like. That's why I always, whenever I talk about Star Wars, I wind up talking about John Williams. Because John Williams is a fucking dynamo. Oh my god, that dude can compose like a maniac. He creates amazing soundscapes that set the scheme. They absolutely set the feeling for whatever universe, whatever situation you're in. Hans Zimmer likes to... I think his favorite instrument is taking a portion of a tin roof, you know, like a corrugated tin roof, and he takes it and he mounts it between two vices, and he pulls down his pants and he puts his bare ass against it, and he just farts. I'm fairly sure that's what that instrument is that he keeps using. Ren No Ribs, I would love it if you posted the 2 cars that you did today over in the stream review. That nothing would make me happier. That's not true. There are things that would make me happier than that, but few things that are realistically achievable in the next hour or so would make me happier. I think that's accurate. I'm going to pull out my brown liner and do a little bit of work on the tunic. And really not much. I just want to... I'm getting a feel for how to move forward on it and whether or not I want to do any more highlighting or not. I might just do shading. It might be as bright as I want it to be, but maybe not as dark as I want it to be. So I'm thinning it slightly. I love the brown liner and the gray liner from Reaper, by the way, you guys. If you have not used their liner colors, get some. They're fan-freaking-tastic. Not just at the job that they are explicitly for, which is panel lining, but at several other things. Search your feelings. Makes me feel like Batman. A lot of things make me feel like Batman. Mostly when I wear my Batman mask and run around saying, I'm Batman. That makes me feel like Batman. Playing Batman is pretty wizard, though. How to strip paint from plastic. Huh. There are a couple of good solutions for that, Roland. That would be a good one to ask on the Discord, because people have different opinions and different products. I know that Simple Green is a very popular one. Just don't use acetone. I'd say offhand, just don't use acetone, because that will just melt. That will melt your plastic down into goo, and you don't want that. Okay, Hank Venture. I love the Venture Brothers. That is working nicely. Yeah, acetone for metal. If you're stripping a metal model, yeah. That's true, WJ, though the new Batman mask looks like he can in fact turn his head. They went with more of a neck guard, which I think is a good move. See here, I'm just using this brown liner to pull some of my brown shadows a bit deeper. I don't want to overdo it. I will overdo it, but I don't want to overdo it, so... It's a bit messy. Yeah, LA is totally awesome. I've heard a lot of good things about that, too. What's up, Garonis? How you doing, man? Oh, things is good. Working on Count Dooku today. Making decent progress. I'm probably not going to be able to finish him by the end of the stream. But, I was a little concerned about my browns and how they were going to work together, and now I'm less concerned because most of these colors are actually working together pretty well. It's tricky when you're painting a guy who wears brown on top of brown with some brown and then brown accents next to the brown. And it's also tricky when you're painting a guy who was played by an actor that you have an immense amount of respect for. Because I really, you know, it's not like Christopher Lee's gonna rise up and fucking strangle me if I don't get it right. But, you know, I like to honor him. The man brought us so much entertainment over the years. Kind of the least of which is his role as Count Dooku, honestly. Yeah, that'll do. Making the rounds. Yeah, there's a lot of people on today. There are a good number of streams going at the moment. Just have to hold up for a resin shipment. Vergatarung noted the other day that Amazon had some real good deals on their water-soluble resin from Elegoo. It was on sale for like $40 for a liter of it. I picked up a couple of those. And they actually already got here. But again, I live right next to an Amazon distribution center, so I'm like apparently insulated from the current effects of shipping speeds. I don't know. I'm not going to complain about it, I'll tell you that much. There are definitely a few things they've kicked down. They've kicked the can down the road and been like, you'll get it end of April, but none of them have been terribly important. So I feel like I want to reach one more spot back here carefully without smearing all over his leg, but I'm gonna wind up smearing on his leg anyway. Nope. Hey, I did it. Kind of. This is a weird angle. This is mostly shadow, but I'd rather smear a little bit of yellow on it so that it doesn't look out of place if any light does get back there. Alright, I'm going to work on highlighting the interior of the cape up just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. And I'm going to want to mix in probably some skeleton bone for that. 2 gallons of resin. Well, you better get to printing. It only lasts for a year. Oh, that's not... Well, that wasn't the color I thought it was, but it'll probably still work. What I need is more filament. I was somewhat lucky in that... Oh, shit, I haven't started a print again, have I? I haven't. That's just been sitting over there. I'm really irritated that that moisture evaporator failed, you guys. Hang on a second. Let me start a new print on the Ender 3. Get that fucking thing in the trash. Look at this shit.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
There. I just set the printer to make some Utapau style Legion infantry bases. I don't like the Legion infantry bases. They made them too tall, so I make my own. so I make my own. Oh, that's right. I wanted to use polished leather, not what I just did. You know what? I'm going to mix some of that in. Making a unicorn army for her niece. Oh, that's pretty fucking cool. I really love 3D printing, you guys. If that hasn't been made absolutely and abundantly clear by now. But what I really like is all the crazy little projects that come out of the fact that the 3D fabrication is just right at the tips of your fingers. And being able to whip up a unicorn army for a kid is one of the cooler things. One of the cooler things that 3D printing makes possible. Not just that, but, let me just punch the microphone. You know what I love, you guys? Punching the microphone while you're listening to it. Bing, bang, boom. Pow! Kablamo! Right in the kisser. I want to thin this out quite a bit before I put it on, because I really don't want it to go on stark. My mom loves Star Wars and says that Count Dooku's coming along great. Well, thank you very much, Ren No Mom, which I assume is her name. Ren Mamo, if you will. I appreciate that. I'm glad she likes what she sees. You know, I really do want to headbutt my camera next. I'm really on top of it today. I'm really trying to do justice to Christopher Lee. I'm probably going to spend an unreasonable amount of time on this mini by the end of it, but I do that with minis that I like. I do it for Mark Hamill, too. And he's still with us. These characters mean a lot to me, though. Like I said, they're a part of my personal pantheon. They're a part of my imagination. Luke Skywalker is a part of my personal fictional pantheon. He's right up there with, like, Jean-Luc Picard. More like Ren Mom. There we go. I'm fine with that. That's actually looking pretty decent, I feel like. This is going to get a wash, like most of the other parts, to just ease it out after the fact. So, you know, don't judge the inside of the cloak based on quite how bright I'm making this gold, but I feel like the shadows are working well. Garonus is off to bed. Early morning. Well, I'll sleep well. And, I mean, that's your right, Roland. It's hard to sympathize with an actor's politics or rather, it can be hard to stick with an actor who makes political statements if you don't agree with their politics. I personally do with most of his. But that's just me. And Mark, aside from any political statements he's ever made, what I would say is admirable about Mark Hamill is that he has remained almost disgustingly positive about so many things in his life. Even when the sequels were coming out, like, that's the most negative I've ever seen Mark Hamill get, is sort of bemoaning the fate of Luke Skywalker in the sequel movies. Usually he is, like, positive to a fault. Like, he refuses to be negative about things, which it's the kind of feature where I look at that and I say, I wish I could be more like this man. I'm not more like this man. I know myself too well. I'm not as positive as Mark is, but part of me wishes I could be as relentlessly positive as he is. it seems like he leads a pretty happy life, you know? He's a good guy. Whether you agree with his politics or not, which I won't get into, he's just a very happy, very positive person. And I think he'd be the first to say that to you also. Like, if you don't agree with my politics, that's fine. I don't think he would fault anyone for it. He would just want you to feel good about yourself and your hobbies and your loves. That's all. That, and he's the best damn Joker we've ever had. I mean, that's just true. I know he did, Roland. And I mean, that's a touchy subject. But I think we can all agree, no matter what side of the spectrum we're on, that politics these days are a bit extreme. And positions have become starker than they have been in the past. I can't blame him, though. If he feels the way that he feels, if he feels very strongly that certain groups are representative of or courting fascist movements, then it's fair to say that Star Wars wouldn't welcome anybody from that position. I had someone the other day tell me that they didn't like when Star Wars got political, and I'm rewatching A New Hope the other day, and even when you watch the scene with the Stormtroopers and Obi-Wan when he reveals the concept of the Jedi mind trick, oh, the Force can have a strong influence on the weak-minded. Like, what is that but saying, hey, these fascists have weak minds? Like, that's exactly what he's saying. It's broadly political, mind you, but it is very political. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. He's the best damn Joker we've ever had. And regardless of who Mark is, Luke Skywalker's a great character. Similar to Mark in many ways in his unrelenting positivity. Nobody's perfect, though. And you know, artists are inherently political creatures. It's just the truth. I know a lot of people disagree with even that these days. My own mother would repeat the phrase, "Shut up and sing!" Which that definitely sounds exactly like her, by the way. But artists are political. They absolutely are. Not all of them, but art is one of the classical ways in which politics make their way into the common, into the what's the word I'm looking for? The marketplace of ideas. I'm really liking the way this yellow's coming out, by the way. So you only do characters really well from actors that are dead, I'm glad. That's not entirely true. I did Obi-Wan really well, and Ewan McGregor's not dead. I wasn't painting the Alec Guinness Obi-Wan. Alec Guinness, who somewhat famously did not think much of Star Wars, really thought very little of Star Wars as he was acting in it. He was not a huge fan. Shut up and read the script, monkey! That's a complex subject, Roland. Thanks, WJ. I mean, that's one of those things where if you have an answer, like a fast, easy, hand-wavy answer to politics in art, if you feel like you have one, I'm just going to say you're wrong. Because that's like saying, man, I have figured out the human condition that the last 1,000 years of culture couldn't. And that's the sort of answer that you need to stop, take a step back, and question how confident you are in it. It's nuanced and difficult, and it changes day by day. Everybody has opinions, and we all express them in different ways. Me, I'm not a political artist. I'm barely an artist at all. I hesitate to call what I do particularly artistic. I mean, it is, but, you know, it's very surface level. Damn it, it needs to be lighter. It's very, pedestrian, what I do. Forgot how annoying some Infinity models are to put together. Yeah, they're fiddly as all fuck, man. That is the truth. Frost Peddler. Seems like a paradox that you have to be intolerant of intolerance, Roland. Well, now that is. In fact, I would encourage you to look up the paradox of tolerance. It's an interesting subject. Now, whichever side of this particular question you fall on, I would caution my audience, though, that we are treading dangerously close to political discussions that I would rather save for other forums. Not that I don't value your opinions, I do. It is merely that ultimately we are here to paint models. And I vastly prefer that my audience, whatever their beliefs may be, set aside their differences for the moment and come together in a common love of tiny spacemen and their tiny laser swords and their teeny tiny space wizard magic. So gentlemen, let us join hands and be thankful for our space wizards. And let us recognize the magic that we can be brought together by these things, despite what I believe to be fairly strong ideological differences. I do. I know that people in my audience have strong ideological differences. I've aired a couple of grievances. But for the moment, just for now, we can all be friends. And then we can kill each other later. In a more appropriate forum for destroying one another. Come, come. Thank you, Frost Peddler. I appreciate that. More appropriate forum, tabletop games. Haha! Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Roland. One can only get so close to war before realizing this is not a thing anyone should want under any circumstances. I'm a big fan of the poetry of Wilfred Owen. I'm not going to go into any of it because it's depressing as all hell, but suffice to say he was a poet who wrote during World War I. And if you read his work prior to the start of the war, it's much more lighthearted and positive. I mean, it almost goes without saying, than what it became once he was embroiled in the war. And the great tragedy being he died in the war, I think about, I don't know if it was a few months or a few days, it was very close to Armistice Day, and it is... He wrote some very cutting things about the kind of people who are willing to engage in war, and I think it's the sort of thing that everybody should read. So I won't harp on the subject, but I would say that if you are interested in powerful political poetry, check out Wilfred Owen. I think that this internal lining of the cape is now looking pretty magnificent. Now that I've shaded it some next to the cloak, look at that. I think that looks really good. Like, I don't normally toot my own horn or even praise my own painting on here all that much, but I'm really liking this. Look at that. This looks cool. I'm with you on that one, Dark Fox. Non-lethal war games for entertainment, preferably involving shooty space lasers, magic, and wizards. Looks like butter. Oh, now, why do you guys always have to make me hungry? Need some Payne's Gray glazed into the shadows to pop against the warmth of your midtones. Interesting. Payne's Gray. I'm not familiar with that phrase, Greg. Educate me. And maybe paintball. You know, WJ, there's something... I'm not a nihilist. I'm not. I do believe in some things. I believe very strongly in some things. But my day-to-day beliefs about the world at large do tend towards a certain amount of nihilism, and I find some concepts of it actually fairly comforting in my own life. And it's something that I feel like everyone has to accept, and this is as deep as I'm going to get tonight, like at all. There comes a day for every man, for every person, for every man, woman, and child, where someone says your name for the last time. Everyone. For some, that time is longer. For your Wilfred Owens, for your Adolf Hitlers, for your... really anyone who reaches a certain level of notoriety. That day may come much, much later. But each and every one of us has a day where someone will say your name for the last time, and this is nothing to fear. It isn't. It's life. It's kind of peaceful, I think. It's in the same way that I comfort myself with the notion of entropy, that no matter what we do today, no matter what happens tomorrow, no matter how much we want to be remembered, at the end of all things.
More about how you feel about something.
That's such a good use of that one. Ooh, Roland got me good. Alls I'm saying, guys, is if we believe in our current theories of entropy, one day the entire universe will be cold and dark. The whole thing. And that'll be that. And I don't know about you. I don't know about you, and I don't want to depress you. That's not what I'm trying to do. I find that comforting. Maybe it's because I'm an underachiever. I don't know, you tell me. A heavily blued dark gray. Oh, it's an upside down face when you realize you don't have enough thinner, huh? I try to be stoic, but I think it's legitimately harder to be stoic than nihilistic or apathetic. I think you're right, WJ. Apathy comes very easily. Nihilism tends to come maybe a little bit after apathy. One can lead to the other very easily. Stoicism is hard. But you know, we don't always have to choose the easy path. Heavily blued, dark gray, in the shadows. That's an interesting idea, Greg. I might try to do that. And when you're gone, it's not like you're around to care. Well, I mean, it depends on your beliefs. And I hesitate to say that anybody's beliefs are wrong, because I don't fucking know. Look at me, I'm some goddamn space monkey. But as far as my beliefs go, yeah, I think you're pretty much gone. But I don't think that's a bad thing. If anything, that just makes me appreciate the miracle of life all the more. These times that we are given to live in. You know what I think of? I think of that line from Gandalf in The Lord of the Rings, when Frodo says to him, I wish that it hadn't happened in my time. To which Gandalf replies, well, that's not for us to decide. All that is for us to decide is what to do with the time we are given. There's a piece in that, too. But I'm gonna stop talking about this. Because I'm painting a fucking space wizard, you guys. Why do you have me talking about the philosophies of life? What's wrong with you? This is what happens when Cat leaves. Is I just start waxing all weirdly depressing and poetic. Nobody wants to listen to that shit. Next up on the stream, we get into Nietzsche. God is dead, and no one cares. No, let's not do that. let's not do that. Also, that wasn't Nietzsche. That was Trent Reznor. Oh, but that got pre-Dawn Wilton with the follow. Shit, maybe I should go into it. You know, Pete, that's an interesting question. That is an interesting question. Would you be a Jedi or a Sith? Hang on. Google yourself, Amazon yourself a bottle of Payne's Gray ink. It'll be a go-to cold shadow color until you turn over in your grave. I'm going to do that right after this, Greg, because that actually does sound very interesting to me. I don't really want to mix my own, but I'm very curious about that. Would you be a Jedi or a Sith? That's an interesting question for me, and it's a question I've actually thought a lot about in my life because I'm a huge fucking nerd. Young me would have said immediately, I would be a Sith. Sith are so cool. I would follow my passions. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. It's also what I sounded like as a child. It's weird how everyone in the world sounds exactly like me doing a stupid voice, you know? I know that Sith aren't necessarily evil. There's a lot of discussion that has gone around for a long time, and the Sith and the Jedi philosophies have evolved quite a bit. But I would I would be a Jedi. You know what? I'm not going to say I would be a Jedi. You know what I'm going to say? I would try to be a Jedi. I would endeavor to uphold the values of the Order. Because I believe in them. I do. In my heart. Not all of them necessarily, but no philosophy is perfect. And the Jedi were also specifically written to be imperfect, so that's not entirely fair. But I believe in what they try to do, even if I don't necessarily believe in the way that they do it. But again, they were written to fail, so it's not totally fair. Be a Sith, but with more restraint. I think most of us would fall somewhere in between, realistically. Yeah, Grey Jedi, the cop-out answer. But the truth is that the human condition is more complex than binary states of Sith or Jedi. Which I think is sort of the point of the Sith and the Jedi, is that neither one is realistic. But then we're not talking realism, are we? I think if I wound up a Sith, it would be for many of the reasons that Dooku wound up a Sith, interestingly. Simply from disillusionment. Many of the same reasons that Qui-Gon Jinn became such a heavy cynic. The hypocrisy of those who paint themselves as the best among us. That's what the Jedi represent a lot of the time. I think that Knights of the Old Republic 2 had a lot of good things to say about the nature of the Sith and the Jedi and their competing philosophies. But then Knights of the Old Republic 2 was a fantastic game. And I mean, yeah, pre-Don Wilton, as much as, again, there's wonderful stories in Star Wars that were communicated poorly by George Lucas because George Lucas is himself a very childish-minded person. But it's unrealistic to think that the Sith think of themselves as evil, even though they named themselves specifically evil things. They're like, I'm gonna be Darth Sidious, and I'm Darth Destroyicus, Darth Tyrann. Like, you know, you kind of have to leave that behind. Just pretend like Lucas isn't doing the writing. Other writers have done better things with it. But nobody thinks of themselves as evil, or they wouldn't do the things that they do. I might not even put a wash on the inside of this cloak. Honestly, I'm really digging that gold and how it contrasts with the rest of the brown. I think it might be just fine the way that it is. I'm pretty happy with the cloak, for that matter. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to touch it up anymore. I might do a couple little highlights on the mantle. Yeah, the movie Sith are too dialectically bad. They're too aggressively evil for the sake of being evil because George Lucas really couldn't think of any other way to get his point across. Excuse me. I don't have enough respect for authority to be a Jedi, so gotta be a Sith. Play and win. Huh. It's interesting. I feel like you and I would probably end up killing each other playing with. we would have that Obi-Wan moment, and I would forget how to speak like a normal human being, and I would start saying things like, "It's over, play and win. I have the high ground." In fact, I'm pretty sure I've said that to you before. Well, no, Thrawn wasn't evil. I don't think in any incarnation Thrawn has been evil. Thrawn has been cunning and dangerous. He has been not even necessarily self-interested. What am I looking for? I am looking for a highlight to saddle leather, which I have here, so I'm going to mix in some of this. You know how the primary difference that I see personally, and this is me bringing, you know, my perspective to the lore of Star Wars, and honestly, I'm going to say something nice about Rogue One. I loved Chirrut Imwe. I thought Chirrut Imwe was fucking fantastic. I loved him. I am the Force is with me. His chant. Because to my mind, the primary difference between the Sith and the Jedi, and again, this is really just me rambling, but, you know, what are you here to do except listen to me ramble, is that a Jedi, ideally, not necessarily always, but ideally, a Jedi is a conduit to the Force. A Jedi does not take the Force and wield it as a power to inflict their will upon the universe. A Jedi takes a step back, opens their heart to the Force, opens their heart to the beating heart of the universe itself, to the will of existence, and allows it to flow through them and to act through them. A Sith manipulates the Force in order to inflict their will upon the universe around them. The Sith place their will above the will of the universe, and the Jedi do not. In theory. And this was the power that Chirrut had, and why he was able to wield the Force at all, is that all he really did was open himself to be a conduit, and he let the Force act through him. Sith wield the Force as a weapon, but it's not theirs. It doesn't belong to them. It doesn't belong to anyone. It's kind of ironic that I look at it that way, considering I'm not religious, and that's kind of a very religious standpoint. That the universe itself is capable of having a will. But that's what I've gathered from years and years of reading Star Wars fiction. That may be the one line that I really liked from, The Last Jedi, is when Luke was fucking with Rey and he slaps her hand with the reed. He says, the Force is not some power that you have. It's not what it is. It just simply is not. It is the universe. It is existence. It surrounds us. It binds us. It penetrates us. But this is, conforming to the older philosophies that it was sort of based on. And I think that that's probably fairly in tune with what Lucas was going for, because Lucas was a fan of some of the ancient Eastern philosophies. The Sith apprentice only follows the master because they want the strength of the master, not out of respect for their values or traditions. That's very true play, and when we can see that in just about every Sith. Boba Fett is lawful good. I don't disagree. Okay, lawful neutral. Yeah, fair. Yeah, but I like the Bounty Hunter tales. Yes, right, no ribs. Exactly. The Force penetrates us. Got your Force. Got your Force right here. Come on. We can do this, little brush. Defoe surrounds us. Defoe binds us. Defoe penetrates us. The mold line I left here is going to drive me crazy. I'm going to have to do some work to conceal it later. A little bit of dried paint on the tip of my brush, and I should clean it off, but I'm leaving it for now. Because I'm on a bit of a roll. There we go. That's looking pretty decent. Well, that may be technically true, Ren No Ribs. Let's try and keep the language under control while our mod is unfortunately absent. Not that I don't appreciate your ability to call yourself whatever you want, but you have to understand that there are certain people that can set off. And I'd rather keep things light. Who else wants Danny DeVito as the next Wolverine? Well, that's why I don't want to say, hey, shut up, Ren No Ribs, because that's a bit of a gray area, but I just like to keep things light, so if you don't mind, I'd appreciate that. I like having you around. I would fucking pay money. Private Parakeet with the follow. Thank you so much, Private Parakeet. I will be there when you get promoted to Sergeant Parakeet. I promise you that. I shouldn't make that promise. I probably won't be there. I would pay money. I would pay money to see Danny DeVito as Wolverine. Like, I don't even give a shit. I would just watch that. Pre-Dawn Wilton, good night. Have a great stream, and I'll catch you again sometime. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us and for hanging out tonight. Chat, would you wish a good night to Pre-Dawn Wilton, has been hanging out for a while. Hopefully next time you can maybe share something with us on the stream review. I think I'm going to put a little bit of a wash over his shoulders here, just to ease out some of those highlights I did. I really don't want it to be too extreme. I'm the Wolverine! Ah! Call me that from now on. Mantis. It's the one thing this stream is missing, is a bunch of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia clips. It is my one true failure so far. Hey assholes, I'm the Wolverine! Yeah, God, I keep thinking about it, and I want it more and more. I just want Danny DeVito as everything while we've still got Danny DeVito. That man is a fucking genius. And just a treasure is what he is. He's a national treasure. So I'm not going to do this boot until I start doing the red for the lightsaber, because I want to do the reflection. I want to drink some water because my mouth is dry. I just made that horrid sound. You have not missed the stream review yet, Bad Docs. Oh shit, we're coming up on... Okay, we're going to be doing the stream review here in a little bit. Can I just say that so far in this stream, over the course of the few months that I've been streaming, we've had a few controversial opinions get aired. And we've had a few people state their political beliefs that do not agree with other people in the chat. We've had a few people state political beliefs that I don't agree with, that in fact I strongly disagree with in my personal life. But what we have never had is anyone who is enough of an asshole to keep arguing about it. We've never had that. And that I appreciate. There is enough negativity in the world. Now I recognize that we can't go through our entire life without ever touching on negativity. I recognize that, which is why I tend to restrict my negativity on this stream to things that don't matter, even though sometimes Kat doesn't like to hear me complaining about Star Wars for long times, for extended periods. Whining and bitching and hating about things that don't matter and don't exist, that's okay, and sometimes that can be exactly the outlet that you really need. Wait, which show's so fucking stupid? Which one are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about It's Always Sunny? Okay, I said that. And, let's just establish, though, that if anyone ever says anything bad about It's Always Sunny, I will kick you the fuck out. Well, I won't. I won't, really. But I do love that show. I understand if you don't, it is fucking stupid as shit. But that's the point. Thank you so much, Private Parakeet. I'm glad you're liking the look of him. I'm pretty pleased with how he's coming together. I'm hitting sort of the dark tones and the multiple browns that I want, without making them so dark that you can't see them. He's almost more colored like he is in the Clone Wars cartoon, but I'm pretty well fine with that. And honestly, I'm very pleased with the work that we've managed to get done just today on the stream. Oh no, did I leave some debris on his... I did. I'm gonna have to clean that off. Get a little bit of water and see if I can't do that. Can I complain about something important? I mean, you can, but I don't guarantee that Kat won't fucking annihilate you. I outsource my responsibility for moderation to Kat so that I am never responsible. And she, for whatever reason, continues to put up with me, so, you know. Cool. Damn you. When is the Tyrant going on? So that should be pretty soon. Oh, by the way, on the 23rd, which is Cyber Knight's birthday, I am going to have one of his new Tyrants on hand to paint on stream, and I'm looking forward to that. So if you're curious at all about the Tyrant mech figure coming from Metalcore Collectibles and our very own Cyber Knight, you should be here on the 23rd. Because I will... You know what I'll do? I'll give an honest review of it. I'm not just gonna kiss Cyber Knight's ass because it's his birthday. I'm gonna kiss his ass because I like it. No. I am going to give an honest review of the figure. That is always how I roll. I will never blow smoke up your ass unless you're specifically paying me to blow smoke up your ass, in which case, yes, I will. But I don't like doing it, so you're gonna have to pay me a lot. Bad Dachshund, you don't want to get me started on the Big Bang Theory. You really don't. Because that's not one of my fun negative opinions. That's one of my, like, I start spitting negative opinions. And I realize that that's a little weird, and that's why I don't share it with anyone. Because it's probably an unhealthy level of contempt that I feel for that show. Mostly because that show is very directly marketed at me. Well, not at me. It's not marketed at me, actually. It's the best description I can come up with for it. On its surface, it would seem to be marketed at people like me, and the things that we like. But that's really just on the surface, because the content isn't there. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna complain about the Big Bang Theory. I'm not gonna do it. Bazinga! Or some fucking stupid shit. I don't know. Bazongo! God damn that show.
look, if this conversation gets more about how you feel about
We've used
something,
therapy like
I'm
5
gonna
times
start
tonight.
charging you 50 C-bills per hour so I can listen to it.
I'm pretty sure we've had more of the Chaotic Harmony therapy emote than we've had of 50 Shades of Cold Black, which is impressive. That's not usually the case. I painted a little tiny piece of debris onto this model, and I'm just trying to remove it without damaging the paint. And it's not going very well. Alright, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to wind up painting over it. No big deal. It's on the lower part of his cloak. I don't think anybody's really going to notice it. I think it'll be fine. I might do a little cross-hatching on this cloak. I might do that.
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Fair. I did just glorb it on, kind of wherever the fuck I wanted to. I'm going to do a little bit more detailing on his belt, and then here in just a minute, you guys, we're going to go over to the stream review, because I'm curious what people have been posting. If they've been posting anything at all. It's consistently impressive to me that you guys use my stream review feature. I always, on some level, I expect to pop over there, and it'll be like, nobody posted anything. But, I guess you guys enjoy me looking at your work as much as I enjoy looking at your work, and that means a lot to me, it really does. Now, we have not today gotten to Dooku's face or to his lightsaber, but the truth of the matter is, having been painting a few of these models over the last few streams, I kind of want to do those off-stream anyway, because I've really got to get, like, right up in my grill to do a good job at it, and it doesn't make for good watching. Painting on camera is I don't want to say it's a different skill than painting. It's not. It's in the same wheelhouse, but it is a unique branch of miniature painting, to say the least. Green Jell-O snacks. God, why are people always talking about food? Why are you always doing this to me? You know I'm hungry by now. You've been with me for the last few hours. I don't even like Jell-O, and that makes me hungry. I'm gonna hit this with some mid-brown, which is a very red wash. It's brown, but it's very red. No, you shan't. Should, but shorn't. Try being in... Wait, is NZ New Zealand? Are you in New Zealand, or am I forgetting a state abbreviation? Am I just a moron? I mean, I probably am. Shit, that's the NZ in your name. You're in New Zealand. Shit. Pete, that's fucking awesome, man. I mean, it's not awesome that you don't have food and you want some McDonald's. I feel you on that one, man. That sucks. But, as a ridiculous, over-the-top fan of Pete Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy, I feel a strong connection to your home country. A strong but very superficial connection to your home country. Assuming it's your home country. You might have moved there, I don't know. I like a lot of... You know what? I like a lot of New Zealand movies that have been coming out in the last few years. There was that one with Sam Neill called The Hunt for the Wilder People that took place in New Zealand. I enjoyed that a lot. There was also that one, Deadlands, about, like, Maori warriors and the monster who lived in the boneyard. That was a really cool movie. If just to see dudes with, like, those stone paddles, you know, like sticking their tongues out all the way to their chin and killing each other with stone paddles, it was really entertaining. Maori culture in general is fascinating, though. I mean, everybody fell in love with the Hakas a few years back. Alright, so I just want to... I'm going to pause working on Dooku here, and we're going to go over to the stream review, but let's just take a look at what we've done so far today. There's a little bit of shine on his belt, so try to ignore that, because that's drying, but I'm really very pleased with the colors that we've managed to land on here. I was concerned about the browns all being the same, but I think I've done a pretty good job. you guys. I think that we've really managed to separate the browns decently between the tunic, the pants, the belt, the cloak, and the lining. It's all brown, but it's different enough. that I feel like have pretty well captured the look of the Count, of Darth Tyrannus, of the Master Duelist. What do you think is the best Lord of the Rings movie? The whole fucking trilogy. Come on, man. Come on, Frost Peddler. Now, I like watching The Two Towers the most. Whenever I watch the whole trilogy, The Two Towers is the one that I enjoy the most. It really is. Have you seen Meet the Feebles? Or some... I have seen a lot of Pete Jackson's early works, Wolf and Spawn. That was why I was so amazed that The Lord of the Rings was the way that it was. And it wasn't just somebody, like, vomiting pus into somebody else's mouth or something else that Pete Jackson wanted to do for some reason. I've seen too many of Pete Jackson's early works, if I'm being honest. I could see that, WJ. I mean, they borrowed a lot from the old artwork at the very least. It looks a lot like Thrawn, given his current complexion. Yeah, he'll come together once his skin isn't completely and totally pale white. Certainly. More like Count Pew Poo. Oh, this is why we keep chaotic harmony around us for the poo poo jokes. Yay! Thank you so much, Chaotic. Thanks for popping in. This joke about the poo poo. You fucking... You lowbrow motherfucker. Oh, God. But really, thanks for coming in, Chaotic. I'm glad that this is Count Chocula. Okay, why'd you have to say that, Cat? He does look a little bit like Count Chocula. It's only because I kept describing his cloak brown as chocolate and Ovaltine colored. Which it is. It's a little Ovaltine-esque. You know, what are you going to do? You'd think Jackson would have become a horror director. You know what I enjoyed from Jackson was The Frighteners. The Frighteners was a fun move, but The Frighteners also had Jeffrey Combs in it, and it is hard for me not to love a movie with Jeffrey Combs. And Jake Busey. Jake Busey and Jeffrey Combs and Michael J. Fox. Come to think of it, that was a fucking great movie. And it didn't have anybody shooting pus out of their eyeballs or anything, which is impressive. Yes, you do have the shit humor, Chaotic. Thank you for recognizing that. Thank you, Frost Peddler, for saying so. I think it came out real nice. Did Legolas ever use anything other than a bow and arrow in the books? Did he? I think it described him using a blade a few times, but I don't know that it ever named any of his blades like it did for other characters like Glamdring, or Sting, or Narsil, or any of those. Yeah, The Frighteners was great. He used swords twice in the books. Yeah, I remember that, Iguana, but I don't think he got a named blade. And Tolkien was not shy about naming his swords. Usually his swords had long fucking stories. I had Narsil over my bookshelf. That's pretty fucking cool. Is it Narsil? Or is it Anduril, Flame of the West? Really, though, which one is it? I was one of the guys who would... Look out, Legolas has a knife! Why do... It's... Chaotic. You person, you. Why do I read your comments out loud? That's my question. What do you have, honey? A knife! I can see the comic in my head as you say that. Guys, let's go over to the stream review before it gets any fucking dumber in here. Can we do that? Is that something we can do? Good lord. Narsil in 3 pieces. Oh, so it is definitely Narsil. Okay, fair enough. God damn. Alright. We are going to the stream review now, guys. Frost Peddler, chasing the storm with the follow. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for the follow, and thank you for your contributions. You've been a pleasure to have in chat. I will say that. Not just because you agree with me, because you praise my work openly, but also, yes, because of those things. Let's check out the stream review and see what we've got today. Starting things off with Play and Win, or as he is known in the Discord, an AC-20 to the face. Ironic, because he has yet to hit me with one. Ha. He's been painting a Song of Ice and Fire. Now, this is in no way an indictment of you, Play and Win. But I am going to send you a diagram on taking pictures of miniatures because there are a few tricks that you could use to improve how we see the details on these minis. And I know that you need it because I've seen better pictures of your miniatures, and your painting has come a long way. Like, really. I'm telling you, this picture that I'm seeing right here of... Who do we have here, by the way? Oh, Othiel Yarwick. Okay. And you got Gren after this. I'm telling you, I know your painting is better than it appears in the photography. But I will also say that taking pictures of miniatures is almost as hard, if not harder than, painting them in the first place. It took me a long time. And I'm still not really that good at it. That Grievous picture that I posted the other day, like, I came back and looked at it, and I'm like, ah, shit, it's blurry. It's fucking blurry. You can't even see Grievous very well. I have to take a better photo. I will. You know what, Puck Duncher? I will do that. If that will be helpful to people. He's an outdoorsman. It makes sense to have a knife. You know this. I mean, yeah, it's true. He was a wood elf. He hung out with... who? His dad was... what's that asshole's name? Thranduil. Like, yeah, he probably had knives all over him. And also Thranduil was a prick. Anyway. Now, what I can see of the mini looks excellent. I love the grays that you use. And you've done some good white hair here, too, which is something I'm about to have to get into myself with Christopher Lee. I'm loving the look of the cloak. All your Night's Watch cloaks with the fur have looked excellent. It looks like you're using simple but fairly effective techniques. But then I know that Play and Win has probably listened to me when I extol the virtues of dry brushing and all of the things that it can accomplish if you do it in a clever way. Yes, Thranduil. Thranduil. Was it? I thought there was an R in there. Or, no... I'm thinking, you know what I'm doing? I'm combining Thranduil with Anduril, which are two different things. One's a man and one's a sword, so we probably shouldn't just mash those things together. Man-sword! Man-sword toboggan. A Song of Ice and Fire, Gren. Gren! Oh, shit. Which one was Gren? Gren... wasn't... Remember Dolorous Ed? He was one of my favorites. Which one was Gren? It's been a long time. Man-sword! Thank you, Commissar Iguana. Now we need that. You know what? We need that as an emote. Man-sword! Thranduil! How big an animal would it have to be to put a fur cloak on a mech? I'm thinking the Zillow Beast from Clone Wars, WJ. Maybe not that big. That'd be pretty big. Someone remind me which one was Gren. Was Gren the... assassin dude who was hired to go up there and he sort of took command? Oh, died fighting the giant under the wall. Okay. Thank you. I get the names of the Night's Watch mixed up. It's been a long time since I've read the books. It really has been. Bear that ate Timothy Treadwell. Oh, no, let's not. That's depressing. That's terrible, Commissar Iguana. I don't advise anyone look up the death of Timothy Treadwell. It is disturbing. I like what you've done with the blue. I really like the brown that you're using for the leather. I would like you to tell me what paint that is, because it has a nice yellowish, reddish, brownish tone to it that I'm looking for a lot of the time, and I fuck up half the time. And then we have Piper with his funny little bow. Oh, look at him. He's so youthful. You really have done a fantastic job on these Play and Win. I'd like to sit here and take credit and be like, I've taught Play and Win everything he knows, but I only taught him a few of the things he knows. But I'll take credit for those one or two things. Cyber Knight getting some pictures in of the Tyrant that he's been working on. Those cork bases are pretty neat. The Tyrant legs are amazing. I have a pair of the Tyrant legs that I've worked with. I'm going to be building another Tyrant here before long, but I've worked with the legs. They're completely posable, so you can get a lot of really good stuff out of them. Like, it has this one foot that's sort of bent up so you can put him on his toes. It's really cool. Those are looking great, Cybern. I'm looking forward to painting that one later this month. Enough MDF from White Wolf. Time to work on some tiny detailed mini. Oh, this is what you were complaining about with the Infinity minis, wasn't it, White Wolf? That's not surprising. Yeah, they are fiddly as all fuck. Well detailed, though. It's hard to argue with that. Hassassin Bahram starter box. Ooh, nice legs. Wolfenspawn. Foam party for a 100-liter spill of Jet A1. Ewy. At least looks like it was an interesting day. That can't be fun having to clean that shit up, man. It really can't be. Yeah. Yeah. Gross. But hey, thanks for sharing. Roland, you're killing me, man. You're killing me. It looks delicious. Is that like a buttercream frosting on top of there that I'm seeing, or is that just an inch-thick layer of butter? I don't even care. Either way. Oh, we got some Mountain Dew Baja Blast over here, too. Really sealing the deal. With the high-quality meal, we're going to have some buttercream frosting. Oh, is it here? Am I about to play it? Jesus Christ. Okay. Buttercream frosting, Mountain Dew Baja Blast. You heard it here first. It's the best combination. Everyone should try it. I'm really hoping everyone does, because I feel like that would just induce involuntary vomiting.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray.
Posted it
And
here.
as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Are you ready for Chapter 2? Because apparently we're about to get it.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment. He cleans his brush.
Eyes alight with disappointment as he cleans his brush. I don't know why I indulge this. I feel like this is not going anywhere good at this point. This is only gonna get worse. But okay. Okay. Alright, Chaotic. You know what? I'm gonna add this to the channel. That's what's gonna happen. Because I am just a glutton for punishment, apparently. Which is sort of the theme, so I guess that works out. We had Guillaume, who was kind of... I think I'm pronouncing that right. I think it's... Guillaume? It's like William, sort of, isn't it? Guillaume. Guillaume. Oh, ho, ho. What the French call a certain... I don't know what. That was awful. I shouldn't do accents, you guys. Guillaume Flores. Oh, ho, ho. I did it again. Fuck, I can't even stop myself. Is that racist? That might be racist. I don't know. Maybe it's just bigoted. It'll be 50 Shades 2. It's gonna happen. Oh, God. It's even worse knowing how he looks when he narrates. Oh, we haven't. We have not gotten to your cars yet, Ren. You are in luck. No, I should do all the accents. Ugh. Probably not. William. What the fuck am I seeing here? Working on this character. When I finish it, someone wants to send me a message. Well, it's an interesting character, I'll give you that. It kind of... you know what's weird? It reminds me of... and this might be a deep cut. Do you guys remember the game Metal Fatigue? Do you remember that game? It was from late 90s, early 2000s, maybe? This reminds me of the purple guys. The alien mech driver dudes. Or rather, the faction that was using the original alien tech and not adapting it so much to human physiology. It reminds me a lot of that. Those arms look uncomfortable. I don't like the look of this person at all. This woman. She seems like she's going to eviscerate me, and I'm very uncomfortable with that. That's pretty cool, though. I'm looking forward to seeing it. You've done some really good work here. Good detailing, good shapes. Interested to see how this turns out. Ah, his ArtStation link. Might want to check that out, guys. I'll leave that up for a little bit instead of clearing the channel so that people have a chance to see it. Oh, there's more. Oh, joy, you guys. There's more chaotic harmony. Yes, don't show me your genitals. Don't do that.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Oh my God. Oh, what have I done? Just take a moment. I thought it was going to be a clip. I just thought it was going to be a clip. I was not expecting this at all. Yeah, I think it would be better as exclamation point rules so that we don't have an exclamation point genitals. Let's just not have that. Hi, I'm Guy's daughter. Oh, well, this is perfect timing then. Right as we're playing this inappropriate crap. What's up, Kursala? How you doing, man? What? Alright, I'll do it one more time. I was not expecting this.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me, for the love of God. Oh my God. Oh. Oh, what the fuck have I done? Why? You know what? Let's just move on. Let's just keep going. We can all just put on a brave face, stiff upper lip, and keep going. You know, it is. It's a good rule. I'm fine. I'm not crying, you're crying. Moving on. Oh my God. Okay, Vergaderung. Printed out a ton of police infantry to go with the police herbies. Let's have a look at those. Ooh, those are cool. Did you get these? Oh, I know these ones. I know these minis. These are from the guy who does the pocket tactics on Thingiverse, right? I've printed out some of these dudes with the shields. They're really well done 6mm models, or I think they're in like 10mm, but they scale down to I'm not even gonna read that. Yeah, they're 15mm, okay, but they scale down very well. I have found they print remarkably well. This guy knows what he's doing when it comes to creating 3D models specifically for printing. They're very printer friendly. I really, really like these. I'm not reading any of that. I'm moving on. I am not engaging. If I don't look, it's not happening. Okay. Working on the Underwater Legion. Ooh, spooky. Oh, look at the fishies. Look at the fishies. I like this little, like, sunken Buddha temple. That's pretty cool. Do you live in a sushi bar? Or, just have some Asian-influenced, decor in the home? Oh, you little fishies. That's pretty cool. Thanks, O'Coral. Finishing up beveling all my edges to boost up the edge geometry before putting the entire thing into ZBrush for final detailing. God, I have meant to do so much more 3D work during this whole lockdown than I have. But I just haven't, so I'm glad that somebody is. Still need the... God, that just keeps hitting me. Still need to do the UV, the UV mapping, yeah, and then texturing. But you're going to use Smart Materials and Substance Painter for that. Well, I mean, if it's for printing, you don't have to do anything that complex. Oh, that's really cool, Greg. Damn, man. I gotta catch up. I gotta start catching up. People are doing better modeling than me, and that can't be allowed. Really, though, I do need to dig into ZBrush and Blender and start pulling my head out and stop doing everything in CAD, because that's not going to work out for me in the end. Vergaderung sharing the Hot Toys model. These are part of the colors that I went with. His tunic here is darker than it is in some other incarnations, but I liked the color of the inside of the cloak, and this is kind of what I was going for with that brown gold. I went more yellow than that, but I kind of like how it looks. I still might put a wash over it. We'll see. The brown of the cloak is very similar, though. Look at that lightning. Look at him looking all pissed. These are the face references I'm going to be using, though, because I feel like this looks almost more like Christopher Lee than Christopher Lee does. Wait, what happened? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, it is. It's a crazy detailed toy. It's fucking fantastic. But yeah, this is the facial reference I'm going to be going for when I start working on his face. Needed a stand for my minis on a shelf. Manro. Oh, that's pretty cool. Is that foam? That looks like foam. But it also kind of looks like lava rock. I like that. That's really neat. And you got the multi-tiered thing, so yeah, you got little model spots in these circles. That's really cool, man. I look forward to seeing... Oh, here we go. Those are the positions for it and everything. And, oh shit, I asked you before what these were. Are these from Weird Models? Or are these from another game? I remember we talked about this guy before because it's a really cool looking, like, almost a steampunk vulture. Warcry. Thank you. That's right. You corrected me on that last time, and I should have remembered it, but I didn't. So, you know, here we are. But yeah, I love this model. It's really cool. I don't think you've shown me the rest of these figures, though. You gotta make sure you get some pictures posted up, man. I want to see them. Ren Momo with the project idea. And here it is. Looks like some before work. That's really clever, man. I like the look of that. Roland has been working on a Shadowhawk. Okay, so this is that camo pattern you were talking about, and it looks like you've eased it out quite a bit. This definitely looks better. I think you could do it more... You could have harder edges than this, but this is an improvement over what we were looking at last time. And did you say that this was... It was the Narn Shatter camo, right? Because that's fucking cool. I mean, anybody who's doing anything associated with Babylon 5, like, immediately makes me like it more. I'm not looking at it again because I still want to eat it, and I'm just gonna get hungrier. And here we have the Narn Shatter camo on the Mad Cat. And yes, it's a Mad Cat, not a Timberwolf. Suck it. Battlemaster, coming together real nice. He did the gun in the different color. I like painting the gun on the Battlemaster a different color because it's obviously something that he like picks up out of a rack before he goes into combat. You know? Oh, the Baja Blast isn't there? It was there. Where'd it's right there. Boom, Baja Blast. Come on. Oh, you got better picks down here. Okay. Oh, and then the classic Orion. Well, not the classic Orion. This one has the autocannon on the arm. I love the Orion. It's such a cool looking mech. Now, something we got to do is we've got to get. Oh, it's empty. There was Baja Blast before, and now it's been slurped down, is what you're saying. We have got to get Kursala's Orion painted on here because he's done a lot of really good work on it, and I fucking love the Orion. It's just the coolest damn mech. Suck it, clanners. I agree. Fuck those tubies. Unless, you know, you're a clan fan, in which I value you. I value you and your contributions. Yay! Female paladin of the Order of the Wall for War Machine. Hathrir loves his War Machine. Dude, that looks really good. I have had the pleasure of watching for the last few years, because, you know, painters, I want to say, like, I've been painting for 10 years, but most people who say I've been painting for 10 years don't mean I've been painting steadily every single day or even every week for 10 years. What we mean is something like, I started painting 10 years, and then there was like a 5-year gap, and then I picked it back up. Getting to watch this latest spate, this latest run, this latest marathon, if you will. None of those are the right phrase for what I'm trying to say, but this latest length of painting that Hathrir has been doing has been an absolute pleasure because I've really gotten to watch his style develop and improve as he's painted a lot of the same schemes over and over, and that's kind of why it's been easy to compare and contrast. Binge, sure, there we go. Because he's been painting these models in these schemes for the last few years, and if you compare the work that he was doing a few years ago with the work that he's doing right now, I mean, holy shit. It really is an absolute pleasure to watch. Blondes are sassy. I can't deny that. I think there's probably some truth to that. I mean, a lot of people are sassy, to be fair, though. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you've been having fun. I hope you caught us before we went into the stream review, because this is, we did some painting earlier, too. We do paint on this stream. From time to time. When I'm not rambling incoherently about why you shouldn't like Star Wars. You know? Printing a tiny half-track for your Steiners. Ooh. You know, it's funny that it's easier to see uncured models in green, in like translucent green, than it is in plain gray. But it is. I can actually make out the details on this pretty well. Yeah, it's kind of look pretty cool. Steiner Force Accumulation. Yeah, I mean, you got the Steiner Force Accumulation Iguana, but now, you've got to paint it. So get to work. I need one of those sound effects. You know what? I need a sound effect board. That's what I need, so I can just push a button when I do that. Yeah. We need more production value, guys. That's what we need. I need more pads with buttons on them so I can be like a fucking radio show host or something. I don't know. That's a lot of Steiner stuff.
There's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye. And sometimes a tightness to my pants.
Pretty much always.
This stream has a lot of the latter.
A whole lot of the latter. White Wolf. Oh, you got them done. So long to build, but happy to see them assembled. Yeah, I know the feeling, man. I really do. You know what's going to be the next step that you're really going to like? Is when you prime them. That always comes together with a little bit of primer on there. Waiting on blue paint to arrive. If I can batch paint 2,000 points of Death Guard in 2 months, I can chew through that in weeks. That's the kind of attitude I like to see. I'm looking forward to seeing what you get done. More instructions from the art director in air quotes. You know, this is just crazy enough to work. I'd shit my pants if I saw that mech coming towards me. I'd shit my pants if I saw any mech coming towards me. Let's face it, it's like a 3-story tall killing machine. And I'm a sissy, so, you know. I'm crying already. Is that a Victor? No, that's not a Victor, is it? What is that? Obviously, I recognize the Orion, but I'm having trouble with it. An Enforcer, maybe? Enforcer. Yeah, I'm thinking it's an Enforcer. If I had to guess, I'd say that's an Enforcer. I'm definitely thrown by the insane colors. This is like if Sabine Wren had a battlemech. Ooh, somebody should do that. BattleTech Star Wars crossover? I'd watch the shit out of that. And Flea. Look at him. Oh, he's so cute. You probably don't recognize me with the green toes. Hey, you know what? This is coloring inside the lines, which is more than I can say for myself half the time. And then you're painting them. You madman. You fucking champion, you. And you're doing it with the new Orion. Look at that. Look at that sexy thing. That's absolutely magnificent. So you get fed the colors here, and boom, you start pumping them out. That's so cool, Kursala. That's actually really... And this is one of the reasons that I like 3D printing, is you can just do bullshit like this. And you haven't lost like a $10 to $15 model. Not that you shouldn't do it if it's a $10 to $15 model, but, you know, you don't have to worry about it. You can just make another one if you don't like how it comes out. That's really cool, man. Cyber Knight, hard at work. Look at this guy. Look at this. This is why he gets so much done. We didn't know it, but Cyber Knight is a lot like Krang from Ninja Turtles. He's really just like a big baby suit, and this dog is driving him around with controls. That explains so much. Because you see, he's hard at work, and the dog's like, "Hey, what are you doing? Taking a picture of me?" There's little like switches in there that he's moving around. This dog is in fact the one that is often typing in chat, whether you realize it or not. Floppy ears online, teeth online. All systems doggonal. I like that. Floppy ears online. Oh, I knew there's a reason I kept you around, Chaotic. What the fuck is this? Oh, yes, this is Legolas with his knife.
Let me see what you have. No!
A knife! No! That's delightful. Bad dachshunds. Bad dachshunds with some bad space puppies. Are these space wolves? It looks like a space wolf gray. What chapter are we going for here? It's a nice clean paint job. I like the basing too, it's simple. Good work on the purity seal. If that's Space Wolf Gray, it's a nice Space Wolf Gray. Okay, it's Ultramarines, and it's a little washed. Okay, I see you. I got you. It's easy to turn a blue into kind of a gray blue with some funny lighting. I see what you mean. This is actually black, but it comes out this color, like I said before, and I'll say it again. And I will make a point of putting out that diagram on how to take pictures of miniatures, some easy tips. Taking pictures of minis is often just as hard as painting them in the first place. There's nothing more frustrating than painting a good miniature, taking a picture, putting it online, and realizing, oh my god, it looks like shit, what have I done? I can't tell you how many times. I did that just the other day. I posted those B1 battle droids I painted, and I'm like, oh my god, this picture looks like fucking garbage. Oh well, moving on. Not that your pictures look like garbage, I'm saying my pictures look like garbage. But yeah, this is a nice clean paint job, man, I like it. Soon, brothers. Soon. I mean, they look like they've seen better days. These poor Ultramarines have been hacked to bits. I know what you mean, though. I appreciate the meticulous nature with which you've laid out these parts. You're a man after my own heart. First model ever! You... Are you serious? That's fucking awesome, dude. Dude, okay, first of all, good job. It really does look nice. If I could... I don't have the first model I've ever painted, but I have some of the first models I've ever painted scattered around here, and they don't look that good. That's a really clean paint job. You've done a fantastic job, and keep up the good work. You've got nowhere to go but up. Well, that didn't sound good. Nowhere to go but up seems to imply that you're at the bottom. Forget I said that. Let's just say that you show great potential. You really do. And secondly, adding on to that, thank you for sharing that with me, of all people. Not only is it a good job that you did, but thank you for putting it in the stream, man. I really appreciate that. This is awesome. This is a meaningful moment. You should pop this over into the showcase. Ah, posting the wrong channel original. Oh, you said it. I guess I could have fucking read what you wrote. That might have been helpful, right? We don't do that here. We don't take hints. And now we're on. Now we are on to Ren No Ribs and his Gaslands Gas Guzzlers, which isn't really the name of them. A little blurry. I can't quite make out what we got on the hood here. It looks interesting though. We got a big old gun here. We got some more guns on top. I really love the aesthetic of Gaslands and the way that all these minis are just sort of kit bashed together. That's a vivid red you're working with. Oh, look at this thing. Ooh, that's cool. I like that sort of broken up purple and pink. This paint job takes guts, takes moxie, takes chutzpah, you know? Ah, that's okay. I will watch your career with great interest. Plainwin over here memeing like a fucking pro. Which he is a professional memer. I don't know if you guys know that. I like this this front bumper you put on here. That's pretty cool. Really nice work. Motor Lords, Matchbox Mad Max cars. Oh, that's kind of could be interesting. I think half the fun is taking a normal car and Mad Maxing it the fuck up. Oh, it's the name of one of the factions. Okay. Pop Bear with some Comstar. Is that's Comstar, right? Comguard rather than Word of Blake. I know the line there is blurry. We got a crab, we got a flea, we got some things that aren't named after bugs or sea bugs. What is... I have asked you what this mech is no fewer than twice. This exact mech, and I'm embarrassed that I have to ask again. Legacy. That's what it is. Okay. I gotcha. I'll remember it eventually, for God's sake. And then we got a Firestarter over here, which is always a winner. I like these bases. They're unique and striking. That's really cool, man. Oh, and then we have a disgusting clan mech. But that's okay. Because then we have, like, a stupid sexy Jenner over here. I complimented this assassin before. This is a really good sculpt. And who can go wrong with a Centurion? And then there's this thing here. That's also a mech. I'm sure that's also a mech. Is it a cougar? I'm so bad with anything that isn't, like, early Inner Sphere. Oh, chaotic. Oh, chaotic. You're so funny. What would I do without you? Admittedly, that Firestarter is pretty goddamn big. As far as scale, scale in BattleTech is always a contentious point, but that's a big Firestarter. I would be nervous if I saw that Firestarter coming at me. His flamethrowers are oversized and terrifying. Oh, somebody clipped it.
Welcome everyone to Thunder
Oh, no, you can't... I forgot that my reaction to what I played would also be on the stream. Son of a bitch. Streamception. Yes, it... I don't want to play a clip of the stream on the stream that the clip is clipped from the stream of with the clip in the stream, and then clip the stream in order to play the stream on the clip and the clip in the stream that the clip is clipped from the stream of. I don't want to do that. No, I'm not. No,
50 Shades
I'm not doing it.
Grey.
Because
and
that...
as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Because if I play it, someone's gonna clip it. And that's... I am stopping this here. No further. I have drawn my line in the sand. I will watch this later, Greg. But, no. I'm not doing it. We're moving on. Ren Momo, Dad's 7-year project. Interesting. What are we making here, exactly? It looks customized, heavily. It doesn't look like any aircraft I'm aware of. No, I'm not gonna do it, Kursala. What's up, Carla Reynolds? Oh, you just popped in to drop that one on me, did you? Well, thank you so much for coming in. Is it a dropship? Yeah, it does. That's what I was thinking. It has parts from an F-14. I don't know, some sort of gunship. Well, hey, man, keep us posted. I look forward to seeing how it comes together. And White Wolf got another one put together. That looks like such an uncomfortable position to be in. Look at that. I feel like I'd pull something trying that. Good lord. Ouchies. Oh, and here we got a link for Ren Momo. You're probably going to want to post that link in another channel, because this channel is going to get purged after a little while. Trying to use the can. Ha ha ha, we're so highbrow, yay! Guys. Let's... you guys. Well, it's been a stream, hasn't it? We've laughed, we've cried, we've talked politics and made dick jokes. We've hailed the acting talents of Christopher Lee, you know? All the good stuff, all the winners. Oh my god, you guys. You make this worth doing. You really do. I have a good time every time I come out, except when Chaotic Harmony shows up and then everything goes to hell in a handbasket real damn fast. Backyard land. Oh my god. Okay, guys. Thank you so much to everybody who came out today. I've had a blast. You've probably conceivably had a good time. I don't know. We got some really good work done on Dooku. I'm pretty pleased with where he's at right now. I'm probably going to work a little bit on his skin tones and his lightsaber tonight, and I'll be sure to post up some pictures in the Work in Progress channel on the Discord. Which, thank you to everybody who participated in the stream review tonight. I always enjoy that. Chaotic Harmony seems to have found a way to weaponize my own stream review feature, which is a little disturbing. We're gonna have to nip that arms race in the bud real quick before it gets any worse. Oh, God. Let's take a look and see who's out there that we might be able to raid. There has to be somebody. Who's working on what right now, guys? What's on the docket for Tuesday? For Gadarung, that is a good question. I think what's on the docket for Tuesday is going to be Heavy Gear Blitz. I'm pretty sure that Tuesday is going to be some Heavy Gear Blitz. Either assembly or painting. Undecided which. It might be an assembly stream. I might change my camera angle around a little bit, and maybe you guys could walk me through. Actually, you know, if anybody could walk me through arming some of my gears and picking some stuff out, like, maybe we'll do that. I don't know. I'll field that a little bit on the Discord before we go. I might get them assembled before then and prime them and just paint up a couple of gears. That could be fun, too. Either way, we're going to be painting some robots. I don't promise it's going to be Heavy Gear Blitz, but I strongly suspect that it will be, because I've got a whole fucking box of it right up there. So let's take a look, and let's see who's online that I can shove you guys at, so I can stop dealing with you. Ooh. Zambies is doing something. You guys want to go over... You know what? I'm going to give you a choice. You have a choice between two people. I did. I got the 2-player North-South starter, and I got a couple... M4 int 151110101010. You know, the whole thing. Mafort, thank you so much for the follow, man. Popping in right at the end. I hope you've been having fun. We always have fun here, except when we don't, which is some of the time, but not all the time. You know how that goes. So I'm going to give you guys a choice. Whoever you choose, I will choose the other one. I'm not going to choose it. Their name be Mantis. Oh, it is. Oh, shit, it is Mantis. Mantis. Mantis Toboggan. MD. So there's Gundam Mechanic or there's Zambies. Gundam Mechanic is, I believe, building Gundam models. Zambies, I'm not sure what she's doing tonight. She does a lot of different things. She has been painting the new line from Privateer Press. She does custom magic cards where she does her own art on them, which is really fucking cool. She does everything. Zambies is really prolific, you guys. She's doing basing at them. So she's basing some minis. She's doing miniature work. Actually, yeah, I think that kind of decides it for me. If she's working on minis tonight and not doing, like, line art or something, let's raid Zambies. Let's raid Zambies. Mostly because I kind of want to go over there and watch her, also. I think that sounds like a good time. She's always pretty entertaining. She gets a lot done on her stream. She doesn't spend as much time fucking around as I do, which I aspire to be like her one day. I hope it didn't just, like, not tell me that Steiner Miniatures was going, because I'd very much like to raid him if he's going. But I don't think he is. I don't think he is. Guys, it's been a fantastic stream. I've had a great time. We've got a lot done. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Kat, thank you so much for moderating. Chaotic Harmony, thank you for all that you've done, and for all that you continue to do. I'm going to send you over to Zambies now, guys. I will see you on Tuesday, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and painting some robots. Have a great night, and keep on painting.